my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. And you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies. A rebel soul from the old times like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Right here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Good evening, good day, good morning, wherever that falls. Glad to see everybody. Mrs. Ghetto, Zach, Monty, John, Brian. Saw Miss Bonnie, Guardian, Miss Bella, Steve, Aloha brother, Mr. Huckleberry, Mr. Garrett, Valerie, cool. Hope everybody had a pretty good day. I'm just here for the ride. I was gonna read this though, trying to keep my head in a good spot. So I'll share this with you. It says, build this day on a foundation of pleasant thoughts. Never fret at any imperfections that you fear may impede your progress. Remind yourself as often as necessary that you are a creature of God and have the power to achieve any dream by lifting up your thoughts. You can fly when you decide that you can. Never consider defeat again. Let the vision in your heart be in your life's blueprint. Smile. That was pretty cool. It's a day-to-day work in progress. Read from Fat Man. Oh, cool. Yeah. I realized I got an email from Ray. I didn't see it until now. Hopefully I can run into him again. He comes in or something. Hey, Indy. 1A. Cool. Glad to see everybody. Hope some people got to enjoy some sunshine. Guess I can put a link up. Zach, how are you, my brother? You feeling good? Are you 100%? Or at least as close as you can get. That was a good stream, Indy, earlier that you did today. Sorry I couldn't stick around much longer. And I do need to apologize because right before I left, I apologize, Indy, because I had nodded off. I sat here and I apparently nodded off, and that's when I forgot what kind of woke me up. And I was like, oh. And then I sat here for a few minutes and was like, oh, well, let me go get some chicken noodle soup. But I hope you had fun doing your stream, so I'm hoping it was a good thing for you. I know that everybody that was there appreciated it. Hey, there's Mr. Zach. What's up, buddy? So are you at 100% now? He's staying. How are you? And it was Mrs. Ghetto. It was cool to see her live. Hopefully everybody got some sunshine at some point today. I know them storms blew through earlier, but then around here the sun finally came out. That was nice. You got it, brother?
A slight cough, but good otherwise.
Cool deal. Are you feeling you got your strength and stuff? You feel good deal. Awesome, brother. I'm glad you're doing better. You had me worried. Morning, Andy. Said Jack.
It was nasty stuff.
Ooh. That's not good. That gets a little scary. YouTube emailed me to tell me that I was live. Can you believe that? In case I didn't know I was live, they had to email me to tell me I was live. Oh, Lord have mercy. Good old YouTube. I'm trying to get that stuff mailed off. So I went to do it yesterday, got all the way into town, but kind of forgot major part. So it was like, okay, well, tomorrow. Morning, Michigan girl. Oh man, I've been just trying to stay positive, and it gets hard sometimes. It's been some tough days. There's a lot of good stuff coming out, though. I think some of the election stuff is coming through. Some things are really getting pushed. Evidence is coming out. Hey, Larry. Hey, Miss Sharon. Yeah. That's true, Indy. You don't usually know until you go to do it. I don't know how many times Indy's been, I'm going to go live. I'm going to go live. And she's like, eh. Plus kids. Kids are handfuls. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah, Miss Sharon, it's good to see him up and smiling and stuff.
See, the reason why I'm positive all the time is because I survived death for a huge increment of time, and that's why I think I'm so strong.
That's what made you a unique person, Zach. You've been through stuff that other people can't even understand. Yeah, I just, you sometimes, I don't know, you listen to people and you can just hear the frustration, and it's like, man. Because I believe that we're capable of anything that we want to do. It's just getting everybody focused on the good stuff. So have you been up all day, or did you get you some rest earlier? Oh, been all day.
I have 8 mobile applications in progress.
Oh, look at you. You go, boy. You just a little code monkey. Oh, Mrs. Ghetto, I know that's becoming my theme song, that Breathe Underwater. I like that song. Oh, hey, look, Blurred. You got something you want to say, Zach? Okay. Sometimes I just have squirrel moments. When you look at the chat, you kind of get zoned in and you forget that it's like, oh, I'm on camera trying to read. Hey, Ron. How are you, brother? Oh yeah, when is Mayhem and Prepper Steady gonna be up there?
Probably in a week from tomorrow.
Okay. So a week from tomorrow. Puts it on what, the 8th? 8th or 9th? And then you're gonna be in the big truck. You're gonna go do the Zach convoy. There you go. That'll be cool, man. I know that's gonna be a blast. What do you mean a timeout mode, Garrett?
Since my birthday is the 9th.
Gotcha. Dude, that's going to be so cool. I know you're excited. Yeah, Indy even said you guys are going to have so much fun. That will. That's going to be cool. Oh, Zach, by the way, how old are you going to be, Zach? Like 21?
$29.
29. Man. Them days are just going by, ain't they? Isn't that funny? Because when we're young, we're all in a hurry to grow up. And then once we grow up, we really want to go back to being young again. Morning, Hoot Owl. So Garrett, there's actually a mod to turn on an option for mods to mute mods or something. I never saw that. Yeah, they do, Bonnie. It's just like it's like as time goes by, the days, some days seem like they're taking forever. And then all of a sudden there's a bunch of days that are just over with real quick. And it's like, man, that happened so fast. Let's see, today's the 31st. So I got 20 days till my birthday. I'm a 420 baby. The whole world celebrates my birthday. Oh, he's got you ducking for cover, Huckleberry. Hey, Ray. Oh, by the way, sir, I apologize because I just saw email. So I apologize for that, and I will get back with you, sir. I'm glad you came in so I could tell you that. Because I saw the email about the time I was starting this, and I'm like, man, I want to answer that email, but that was cool if you were live. So did you go live, Zach? Were you live earlier? No?
Wednesday nights we take off.
Got you, brother. Cool beans, Ray. Cool beans. Oh, there you go, Ray. Pretty much it, staying. Morning, Amy. Morning, Tammy.
Sundays through Wednesdays Jeremy does it, Wednesdays off, and then I do Thursdays through Saturdays.
Gotcha. I need to try to remember that. I've been forgetting. I think I'm going to do it like I'll do tonight and carry it over in the morning, and then I might just start taking like the weekends off and then kind of that way recharge and get a break for a little bit. I like doing it though because it gives me a purpose, you know. I feel like I got something to do then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, Polarin. Polarin says, I got an overnight gate. I'll be upping some good DX cheddars. Should have been rolling sooner, to be honest, because there's a couple of stations out there, DX land, talking prepping. Cool. It's all in communication. Hey, morning, Joe. Hello. Yes. Yeah, I wish we still had that antenna tower. Used to have an antenna tower outside from back in the day when we had to skip a TV signal up here sometimes. Try to get some kind of news. Hey, morning 556, Miss JH.
I like doing this, but I did a week of resting to try and get to feeling better.
That's it. You got to take care of yourself. So you needed the rest. That might be, well, I will say, see, the one benefit I got, I guess, is when I turn this off, there's nothing else to do. So I usually just kind of read, I lay down, read, sit up, read. That's all I do. So I'm trying to work on that, though. I'm coming up with little regiments, little things to do, and kind of make it a point to do so many like squats, try to stand there and do so many, try to make it a point to go wipe something down, and feel like I gotta do something. Gotta do something where you go crazy. You just stir crazy. And it's funny because I've kind of been in the position where I've been like in solitaire, and I can handle that. But this is driving me nuts when I'm sitting here. I want to do stuff, but I can't do it. And it's like, man, especially moving stuff. And my wife, she tries to help. She's like, oh, well, here, I'll get that. And it's like, there's no way. She's just too little, but she tries. What did I miss here? Just watched an episode of the show Naked and Afraid, which had a full Scott. Oh, that showed you something else. Surplus military. I'll have to look into that, Valerian. See if I can find something like that. Yeah, that Naked and Afraid stuff, and I don't know, all them shows just kind of trip me out. But then I'm like an old westerns guy. I like the old westerns. The old rifleman, gun smoke, wagon train. Never watched that series. Naked and Afraid is a good way to lose weight. Some of them shows are just something else. Plus, I always like the survival shows that, like, the camera crew is filming the guy swimming this dangerous river, and it's like, well, if they got over there, then how dangerous can it be? Because you got the whole camera crews over on this side of the river going, yeah, and he's swimming across this dangerous river. He could be grabbed at any time, and it's kind of like, but you kind of, all three of y'all got over there just fine. Where I'm going to try to climb my way up this cliff right here, and it's like there's a camera guy standing at the top of the cliff filming him climb up, and it's like, well, it can't be too hard. The camera dude's up there. See, Joker is very hit and miss with some rare gold. Which one found is good? It's the chips. Have no idea what Auntie's talking about. Yeah. Oh man, shit. Tell you what, you want me to play a song, Zach? Let's see. Let's see, dude. this, and if I do this. I have to put it like that. Turn this on. This is that in God we trust, Zach.
They separate us from our neighbors and they call it social distancing. It's actually a bigger plan. It's called social conditioning. They took away our privacy. There's always someone listening. The elections planning riots for the citizens. The government has always lied. It's history repeating. But the problem is the schools dumb you down so you believe them. If you try to speak the truth inside a tweet, then they delete it. Whole administration Satanists who claim they praise in Jesus. Every year there's a new name for enemies that we're facing. It's Al-Qaeda, then ISIS, and now American patriots. Who would have thought those who love the country the most would be hated on by folks who call America home? Both political parties are equally just as evil. They've been working for themselves, don't give a damn about the people. Black, white, yellow, brown, humanity needs you. Cause united we stand, divided they will defeat you.
The man on the news says the problem is me. I'm just a small town boy with big American dreams. The world's going crazy and they lying to us. Don't know who to believe, so in God we trust.
Y'all missing what was written in them pages. That was history they wrote, now you wanna change it. You racist, you hate this. Why you want us all to be locked up in cages? I can't stand the left, everything they say's depressing. Ship them to the Middle East, they can learn oppression. Believe me, I mean this quite literal. I love liberty, but I liberals. Wear a mask, stay home, complain and moan. Talk about privilege on your phone in your Range Rover, Starbucks, mango, foo-foo, whatever. The cloth I'm cut from can handle any weather. You just paper in the rain, we ain't the same. Stand for the flag, only kneel when I pray. I just pray we go back to the old days, land of the free, home of the brave.
The man on the news says the problem is me. I'm just a small town boy with big American dreams. The world's going crazy and they lying to us. Don't know who to believe, so in God we trust.
Yeah. I see through all the illusions, refuse to hear rumors or accept that we're losing. Easy to get caught up, consumed by the consumer. Truth is so diluted, people starve off the confusion. Comfort is the killer, your dreams execution. Cool with persecution if I make a contribution. Home of the brave look like a mental institution, and there will be revolution if we can't find resolution. And a threat is a promise, stand up, pay homage. They tell lies, I'm being honest, just the time is upon us. I know that God got us, so I'm fighting in his honor. Hear the cries of the crusaders as we're strapping up our armor. Either set sail to higher ground or drown in their drama. If I die for what I love, then my death will be nirvana. We fighting for our freedom, don't believe what they've been feeding. Be the change you want to see, the warrior that we're needing.
The man on the news says the problem is me. I'm just a small town boy with big American dreams. The world's going crazy and they lying to us. Don't know who to believe, so in God we trust.
We don't trust the news, the government, or pharma. We just want freedom, that you have that to offer. We don't want the lies, the politics, or the drama. We just want the life that was promised by our fathers. We don't trust the news, the government, or pharma. We just want freedom, that you have that to offer. We don't want the lies, the politics, or the drama. We just want the life that was promised by our fathers.
The man on the news says the problem is me. I'm just a small town boy with big American dreams. The world's going crazy and they lying to us. Don't know who to believe, so in God we trust.
What's up, Mr. Ray? How are you,
What's
sir?
going on, Rescue? Zach, first of all, I'm sorry, Rescue. Zach, I'm glad to see that you're at 100% because Jeremy needs you, brother. Jeremy needs you, okay? He sets up a live and then falls asleep through it. Or he sets up a live and then he locks himself out and can't get in. He needs you, brother. Boy, if anybody needed somebody, Jeremy definitely needs you.
He fell asleep.
Yeah, he sets up a live, and slept right through it. We're all waiting for him to go live. We're waiting for like an hour or more.
Oh, damn. Morning, Lynn.
It was funny.
Morning, Connie.
And Rescue, like I've already said many times, I apologize. There's some relationship issues that I got hit with that day. Then my dogs were let out by the maintenance guy. I lashed out. You got hit first. You didn't get the blunt of it. The maintenance guy did, but you got hit. So I do apologize.
It's all good, brother.
Well, it'll be all good when my little one shows back up.
Well, yeah, that definitely makes
If he shows back up, then it'll be good. But yeah, I'm being a man about it. I'm telling you, I'm sorry. I lashed out. I didn't mean to.
You got it, man. That's how we make progress. We move forward, and it's all good. I was kind of just, that's why I didn't want to do it, name anything. I wasn't trying to escalate it, but I just kind of want to just anybody that ever has a problem.
No, I saw the video that you posted, and I'll be honest, I couldn't watch it all because I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed by my actions. So I watched bits and pieces, and I'm like, I can't watch this. I need to do the right thing and apologize.
Well, thank you very much, sir. It means the world. It gives me hope, actually. I know that might sound corny, but it really does, because it's just, man, things seem so polarized right now.
But well, like I said, when that happened, I'll tell you, with Mayday, getting my Mayday back relieves a lot of stress, because like I've told other people, Mayday, when I first got her, it was a couple months, I was very depressed. I was ready to cash it in. I'd already made me a nice little cocktail, 8-ounce glass of vodka with a couple 100 aspirin, bunch of sleeping pills. I was ready to cash in. And Mayday actually grabbed my arm and made me spill the drink. She knew that I needed her. And I would have lost somebody would be in a body bag if Mayday hadn't come back that night.
Well, I'm glad she did.
Me too.
Bonnie, get you some rest, man.
What's up?
But yeah, I tried to warm up the crowd for you. We played him some music. Monty, Monty did not make a request.
What? Oh, he probably did, but it just, he sat there and kept going.
No, he didn't come up on my panel.
Oh, he didn't even come up on the panel.
But I had to correct something. Monty was not modded before on my channel, so I had to somebody pointed that out to me. I thought I had. So yeah, we made that correction real quick, didn't we, Monty?
Yeah.
Although we did have fun playing musical mods. Couple people want to say something, upset somebody, just playing in play. So I just took their wrenches and everybody just timed them out. They got their wrenches back, but
Man, that sounds like Mark B.
I give the wrenches back.
Well, then Garrett was talking about something. Apparently, you can do some kind of mode or something, and then the mods can actually silence each other or something.
Well, I can silence everybody because it's my panel. It's not a democracy. It's a dictatorship, and I just happen to be a fair and judgmental and very nice dictator. But yeah, Garrett and Huckleberry both got their wrenches taken away for 900 minutes before they got them back.
Oh, I know, Connie. Actually, was laying down and I dozed off, took a pretty good sized nap.
Oh, there you go.
During 1A's and Batman's.
Well, I would have been over sooner, but you know how Von Erich gets when he starts talking. Sometimes you just gotta let him go.
All you gotta mention though is petting zoos or iguanas. That's all.
I forgot about the iguana. Didn't I?
Oh yeah.
I got a picture of an iguana that I can use for my
he's gone quick then.
No, I love Von Erich. He's a good guy.
Oh yeah.
Well, we did that to a matter of fact, I want to say it might have been the first night Christina went live. And everybody left and went over to Zach and Jeremy's. And me and him, well, now that's a different picture. Sorry, Miss Bella. It's not the same picture.
It's her. Whenever she says it's me, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably Bella. Yeah, that's Bella.
Well, I just like I saw the name of it, but it's like, wait a minute, now that picture is not the same picture.
No, that's an older picture.
I thought I hadn't quite woke up yet. I was having to blink, and it's like,
It's me, but it's an older picture. The other one's recent, but my brother was so when he'd go back onto anybody's stream, he'd always have my picture up there, so he went and deleted it. So I had to go like and find other pictures to like put up there. But I have my other one. I found it. But,
He deleted
yeah,
it.
Awkward constantly going up on panels with my picture, even on his own. Like, I'm getting rid of it. I can't help this. This is crazy. Good morning, everyone.
well, it sucks that you even got to worry about that. But
Yeah. But you do.
yeah, it caught me unaware. Hell, I was sitting here in all my little innocent ignorance, going, "Oh, okay, well, sure, join, yeah." And then all of a sudden, it was like, "Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay, no." So this is what everybody's talking about. Yeah, all right.
Oh, did you get hit rescue with one of those?
Oh yeah, I had the little. Somebody decided to try to show their parts, only they didn't get it out on the panel itself. It was backstage, and it's kind of an embarrassing moment for them because
Apparently, Rescue had to squint just to see it.
and I kind of have a 32-inch monitor, and I kind of said that I wasn't even trying to insult nobody, but it was just like, wait, what? Let me lean in. Holy crap, you're trying to show me a pecker shot? Really? And then I pull back out and I'm going, damn, dude, I got a 32-inch monitor. And all of a sudden I realized that I just insulted the person. Well, they left.
I don't know why people got to do that kind of crap. I don't get it.
Kind of like earlier today, Bella, when I was up on panels and a person come up there with a total different name, and he had
At Robert?
When he was holding a Barbie doll.
Oh, that was ridiculous, Monty. I have no words left for that situation. Like none.
Oh, I'm so glad I missed that one.
Oh, that's something in itself, boy. I have no words anymore. I just don't. I don't have
Just about say I've seen everything.
Yeah. But was the oddest thing. Like, it's just crazy.
Don't say that because somebody's going to pull up with something that you ain't never seen before.
Right.
It always happens that way.
Yeah.
And it's because you validate them like through the account, because like it'll show that it's, they're through a YouTube account so that it can be tracked. And so if YouTube wanted to do anything about it, they really could. It's just that they don't.
If they wanted to do anything about it.
Hey, Sharon.
The people of this platform.
Yeah.
Yes, Amy Robar.
Oh, she was there. Amy was there. She must have seen it. Wasn't that the oddest? Just wow. Like I said, crazy.
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he's ever been here, so we're very fortunate for that.
Yeah, but
yeah, very frustrating.
What the heck? I'm sorry, I was checking out the live to see if I got any copyright strikes, or slaps on the wrist, and not one.
Oh, well, wait. Not, we wake up
not yet.
True. They're usually pretty quick on it, though.
The videos, they'll get you instantly, but some of the audio ones that might be 3 days, and all of a sudden you get this settled thing. It's like, what? You just now got around to that?
See,
Okay, so here's the thing.
KY
On
Moon. She's right.
mine, I used to share some of the Crowder one.
Yeah.
Louderwood Crowder.
David Crowder, isn't it? Yeah.
Stephen Crowder.
Well, the Christian.
Yeah.
I call it Christian music.
Oh,
So
okay.
let me turn this up.
Different Crowder.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Anyway, I was sharing some music every once in a while there on my channel and this and that, and wasn't getting really copyright claims and stuff on it. And then all of a sudden, like
Hey, Kentucky Moon.
2 or 3 weeks after the 1st of January, and then February, and then started boom, 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 boom. Every time I was like, okay, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, we get them all the time.
Well, and once you're placed in certain categories because of the viewpoints you have, then you get judged more over in those folders than you do the other folders, if that makes any sense.
Well, see, they're going to have a hell of a time with that with me because I'm all over the place.
No, they categorize right out the gate because there's certain rhetoric that you can, like, you follow, like the jab stuff, any Trump stuff, any election stuff, any of the conservative side of stuff, any of those type of channels. Well, then you're already, they're never going to openly admit it, but you're already placed over into that category.
Yeah, probably.
So that's how they keep things from spreading too far out. Otherwise, if you posted a video, it would show and spread more. But if they can contain it within just this, what we call echo chambers, because we just look at our little channels, but for them, they look at it at a bigger scale.
And Kentucky Moon, I agree with you. Monty is messed in the head.
No, it's not Monty. It's the other
not me.
one.
Trust me.
It's the other one.
I
can't feel sorry for him at all. I don't have any sympathy or have any patience with him at all anymore. I'm very patient with people, but this one is, I'm done.
I can admit when I messed up in the head, but this goes beyond my certification. So, I mean, even if you're a channel that just reads scripture and this and that, you're still.
But that means you're faith-based. You're a faith-based.
Yeah,
you're part of that conservative. You're part of the problem.
Yes, conservative. You're still thrown in that conservative box. So, from what I've been watching on those channels and everything else, not just those, but I mean, even if you're reflecting your views or beliefs or anything, they still only put out your the notifications for just in those certain groups, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it won't go beyond. It won't go beyond any new, fresh people at one bit. Yeah. And even in the prepper communities, it's the same way. And I'm like, what the? But by golly, if you're promoting some other kind of quinky kind of video, this or that, they let that spread wide and far.
Yep.
The notifications.
Yeah, Amy, I listen to them too. I take it in little doses. I used to kind of watch every morning, but some stuff is just on a repeat level. So, but I like the fact that one thing I like about Crowder is that there's some humor involved in the facts, and that he always has the receipts. So it's not just an opinion; it's a fact with a humorous skit to it.
Hoot and holler. We are Hoot Owl. I was just making short. We have 14 now, but we're running off of 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. We're at the verge of losing 10, which we might have just lost. 11 is on suspension, 12 is on suspension, and 13 might be on suspension after last night. So just saying, I don't know. Well, those are all our first. We'll keep making channels, and you'll know about it because it's wild. They don't like hockey anymore at all. Oh, man, it's a crazy ride.
I hear you, Kentucky Moon.
There's a lot of stuff coming to light. There's a lot of stuff getting pushed right to the edge of stuff right now that it's like, yeah, there's.
And Hawk's got balls.
Dude, I got to tell you, Matt Gaetz cracked me up. Was it yesterday or day before when they were having this committee thing? And it just, oh yeah, he wants that laptop introduced because in that way it gets on the record And so they're steadily trying to, on these committees. Yeah, I'd like a unanimous consent to add this. Well, matter of fact, I think it's a good little clip you can watch from that committee hearing. Old Nadler doesn't even make decisions itself. Hell, some dude standing next to him, tapping him on the shoulder, telling him what to say, and it's kind of like, no, we can't do that, right? It's so pathetic. It's just we're getting there. I don't know. Got to stay positive, and hopefully we can pull this out. We can get people focused on the right stuff.
Outdoor Adventures with Ron says bat phone going off.
I heard that.
It's the fat phone.
Batman.
Batman.
Yeah, are you driving, Ron, or are you off right now? Which I guess if he answers right away, then he must be off, because he doesn't usually type whenever he drives.
No, that was Stream Elements telling me the statistics for that stream that I did.
Oh, look at Ray chasing the analytics. Ooh, number cruncher, you.
I like to keep track of things.
Ray Rescue. I actually found it was in my YouTube studio a few days ago. And actually, I don't know how I inadvertently come across it, but I was come across it. I'm like, it was real time thing, like how you was watching when you was playing music, you know. And I was like, hey, that's the particular one that Rescue was talking about. I was like, I never come across it until that day. I'm like, oh, we did.
That's it. Oh, you're fixing to drive again.
Just got unloaded.
Hey, Yvonne, Eric. What is it? Anti-Jack's Rescue. So, watching Pentecostal snake dancing videos and aviation pages will put nonstop recommendations to watch movie Snake on a Plane on my homepage.
What's this?
It very well
doing
could.
On my
Actually, now that we've talked about it too, if the audio algorithm picked up on it, then everybody might get recommendations to go watch Snakes on a Plane movie.
I tried to do the censored Jackson. Oh my gosh, brain fart. Samuel L. Jackson part. What's this snake doing on my plane? I just come across a inventor Lee Wilbarger video right before I got up on Fat Man's. Okay, I guess a military plane crashed in Virginia. I didn't get to actually watch very much of that video because it already had premiered 3 or 4 hours ago.
You broke up a little bit for me. So a military plane landed in Virginia?
Crashed.
Okay, that was the part that blipped out. So I didn't know if that was a crash or land. So a military plane.
Wonder why I did that.
1 dead, 2 rescued after Navy plane crashes in water in Accomack County.
Am I real loud?
No.
Using my regular voice?
Well, yeah. The regular voice sounds fine.
All right. Just making sure.
Sounds like the regular money.
I am loud. I'm Italian.
No, you're not.
Okay, just tell me if I ever am.
Yeah, Bella's so loud. It's like, screaming, piercing your ear and everything.
I am. I'm Italian. We grew up talking over each other just so we can be heard and loud. So
you usually don't come out very loud at all, Miss Bella.
Good.
There's Von Erich.
I posted the link to what Monty was talking about, the Navy plane, in private chat. So the U.S. is thinking about releasing 1 million barrels of oil from the reserve.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bunch of smoke and mirrors.
Just imagine if he had never shut down the Keystone Pipeline.
I
mean,
yeah,
for real.
Well, see, they'll do this, and
But it
then
make
there'll
too
be
much
this like
sense.
little dip in prices, and they'll sell this whole little look at what we're doing, and it's like, no, you're really not doing shit. You're choking the lifeblood out of the back end. It's just that people don't see it appear.
Right. It's kind of like the Chinese dragon when you see him in the parades. You always see the front half doing the most motion, and the back half just come following up.
Just follow along.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said yesterday during the stream yesterday, it's, we talk about seeing people wearing the mask and everything, and that's because there's people out there with a mindset they were told something and nobody's ever come and told them any different. So they don't know it. And it's unfortunate that there's people like that, but billions of people, all different styles, man. But it kind of gets me. Some things are just obvious as hell. It's kind of like that. You literally stop all production. Well, I don't know what refinery or what plant or what kind of work somebody does, but it's kind of like having a landscaping business and you show up to mow the grass, only you don't have any mowers and nobody goes to work, and somehow it's still going to get mowed. And it's like, now you got
Time to bust out those push mowers.
Hi, Tammy. Well, that's just like if someone made some redonkulous little mandate to saying, hey, quit wearing those masks, Sure as God made little green apples, they'd stop wearing them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. There might be some rebellious ones that still might just wear one.
Oh, no. If they pitch that from that podium, if they come out and said, everything is good, we've now got the test, we've got all the facts, we got all the data, everything's fine, everybody's good. People would just be going, oh, yay. And it's like, we've kind of already been okay. So, but people need to see it. They need to hear it. And it's from these key figures and these key spots, because that's what they reference. It's kind of like we talk all the president, when really it's a lot of the staffing and all the lower end people make a lot of these screwed up things happen. But we'll focus on the president because that's our key figure. That's who we consider the leader of the free world, as they like to say.
And in other news, I guess our governor here in Arizona is about to clash with the federal courts by passing proof of citizenship law for voting.
Oh, yeah.
He signed it into law.
They don't like that.
Well, when I reading the article, it said that Brandon took Arizona by less than 11,000 votes, but there were more than 11,000 voters who had not provided proof of citizenship.
Oh, yeah.
So that, I'm just saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah, Tammy, well, my show, I don't really view it as a show, to be honest, ma'am. It's kind of like my virtual living room, and I just kind of welcome people into my little virtual living room, because I pretty much started doing this for me and my therapy and my help me deal with stuff and learn to interact with people at a different way, more peaceable way. So
you never know what's going to go on a rescue show.
Yeah, we just kind of, kick the can around the road, and that's why I kind of picked the name SandLot, because we just, I don't know, just might kick on some of the news stuff, might play some music, might sit there and talk about some movies, might joke, might just had guitar playing. I don't know.
Watch fake news being created.
Yeah, we watch fake news being created.
Have you done movie nights, Rescue?
No, I haven't done a movie night.
Oh, you definitely gotta let me know when you do. I love them. We used to do them with Ron. It was so much fun.
Now, what do you do? Actually play a movie?
Backstage, right?
Yeah, you can't play it on the YouTube side. Yeah, we all go backstage.
Because there's actually a movie I was wanting to do. Have you ever, When the Game Stood Still?
Oh, I haven't heard of that one. No.
Uh-huh.
No, but you definitely.
Oh, dude, that's an awesome movie, and it's faith based, and it's based off of a true story. It's a true there was a high school team that broke all the winning records, even NFL, collegiate, everything. And but it was a faith-based football team, so the coach was faith-based. So when they did their exercises and the practices, his whole goal was to teach them the game, but also to be men and how to be faithful men, you know. And it's an awesome ass movie. I've watched that movie, I don't know, a good dozen times or better. I'll just up and play that movie.
Do you ever watch God's Not Dead?
Oh yeah.
That's a good one.
Yes, I watched that and God's Not Dead too.
I didn't know they had a second one.
They do have a second one.
Hi, Jeep. Hey, Milkmaid.
Oh, hey, Milkmaid. And Jeep.
Last movie I did was with Hawk. A bunch of us watched the new Matrix. That was really good.
That's been a while.
Oh yeah, that's the last one I watched. So,
Zach, you're up. You got something to say, buddy?
Zachary.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when the game stands tall. That's the name of it. When the game stands tall. Yeah, I was actually, because Indy's brought that up before doing like a movie night, and I was thinking, well, okay, if I do that though, I could only have 10 people. Well, how do I know what 10 people? If I put the link, then I'd feel bad if, it's like nobody.
Yeah,
really...
but you'll have just so many that will want to come. Like Ron never. Well, this was it too. So even if your panel gets full, there are people that can come up and still hear it. I don't know, Monty. What do you think? Can they still watch it?
Oh, so like if you've got
be on the panel, right?
So if you got 10 people on the panel, there still can be some people backstage.
For sure.
Oh.
For sure they can come up. I don't know if they see the screen though. Do they, Monty? They do, right?
Well, you should be able to hear the audio because you can hear what's going on backstage.
Yeah, because you.
No, they do.
Yeah, because you can still hear audio and you can see. So that's a good idea, Bella.
Yeah, no, because they would do it at Ron's. We would do that when we had a full house.
The first movie I watched backstage was with Bella and I think Roots.
Yeah,
and
he was always around with me.
Oh, it was that one guy. I forgot the name of the movie, but it was a really good one.
The shark one?
No. This
I
dude was
came in late on that one. I want to see that one again. I don't know what it's called.
The dude was a family man, but yet he had done some.
Oh yes, that was super good. I watched that twice with Ron. We watched that twice. That was good. Yeah, and then he kicked some ass at the end. Did not whoop some butt.
I can't think.
I don't remember it either. And it was the guy from Back to the Future was in it. Come on, Monte, you'll think of it. He was the dad. The guy from the Back to the Future was the dad.
He played on Call Saul. Man, I'm drawing a blank.
I can't remember.
Zach got it.
Probably.
Nobody.
Oh, you're right. That's
what?
it.
What?
Nobody.
Yeah. I knew it was a simple.
Look at Zach saves the day.
I knew it was a simplistic. Yeah. Thanks, brother. Yeah, nobody. I knew it was a simplistic title.
Oh yeah, Hoodoo. Facing the Giants was a good one too.
Yeah. Oh, I think you would like this one, Rescue. It was good. You guys, if you haven't seen it, it was a good one, huh? It was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's called Nobody.
Yeah.
No, you guys were talking about Back to the Future, the father. You're talking about the guy that played George McFly?
Bob Odenkirk is who I was talking about.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I thought it was Crispin Glover or Jeffrey Wiseman.
No.
You didn't specify which one.
Right. Well, it was Bob Odenkirk who I was trying to think of, but I knew it started with a B, but I couldn't think of the rest. And he's been in several films. He was in Breaking Bad, the series. He's Better Call Saul. There's a whole bunch of movies he's actually been in. He's a pretty good roundabout player. Zach, did you go back to sleep?
No, he's not pulling the Jeremy.
Good, Amy. I'd like to watch that again, Amy. That's a good one. I read the book and I seen the movie. That was really good. I'd actually really like to see that one again.
It is Milkmaid. I don't remember the actors' names anymore. It's like,
Am I loud, Sharon?
No.
Am I Monte? Did I get loud?
No.
Okay. Sharon says I'm loud.
Is it my TV or is Bella and Ray much louder than everyone else on panel? I've been trying to fix it. Been trying everything to fix it. No, I'm sharing that.
I think everybody sounds the same, really.
I know someone that hosted a stream tonight. They was wearing headphones for the first time. And he's like, "You're right, you can hear everything." I'm like, "Yeah, it's real loud."
Oh yeah, Christine's. That was funny. That was a good one. I'm glad I was able to catch that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Rocksteady. Don't work too hard. Find a smile, brother.
Have a good day.
Funny thing with Christine, once I said the meanest thing I could possibly say the one time, she's actually been very nice to me. Which
I don't ever get to catch
scares me. It scares me.
It does.
It literally scares me that she's being this nice.
Hey,
Like,
Ricardo.
oh God.
Brother from down under.
Hi, Rick.
Hopefully you and the family are doing good, sir. Sorry you're having a problem, Miss Sharon.
Yes. I'll try to keep it a little lower so I don't break your eardrums there, my friend.
Well, now Ray comes loud sometimes, but I figure it's probably like me. Sometimes I probably get louder because I get closer to my mic, and then
I do that a lot. I'm sorry.
It happens.
All I'm saying, in this year, I'm 65% hearing loss. This is 45. I qualify for hearing aids, and with headphones, you blast me out of the water.
Well, let me see if I can get you to
sit in the
85%.
water. Don't sit in the water with headphones on, Money. Did you not see the label? Do not get in the shower with headphones.
Oh my gosh. Did you guys see Craig today? Seriously.
I don't know if that's
No,
me
Monty,
or...
you guys, this was so hilarious. Like, and I have just not, I just can't with that man. He is hilarious and legit. Was he in the bathroom, Monty? Go ahead, Beth.
Hey, man, Rocksteady.
Do what?
Oh
yeah, he was.
I knew he was.
He was holding the bidet spigot, the roll of toilet paper. Oh yeah, he's even starting to step in the shower.
He is the best, man. Oh man.
Wow, I froze up for a while there.
Y'all have to go see Jeff live from today. It was hilarious.
So Bella, here this next. How did I figure that out? At first he said August was his 1 year anniversary, but I was like, "There's no way, dude," because I started in September 21st. I was like, so I went into his page and I scrolled all the way down. I'm like, dude, 11 months ago. He goes, "Yeah, I said April." I was like, "No, you said August." Anyway, I was looking at his first maybe month of videos, 30, 24 views. And I was like, "Wow, dude, you had some low views."
Yeah.
You could tell that he was like,
he came out of his skin. He came out. Of his skin.
He looked like a little choir boy sitting.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden he blossomed.
Yep. I've seen Craig around for over a year now, and he used to be at 101s a lot stuff, and boy, he's changed. But I love it. I love it, and I think he is just too good.
And when he blossomed,
and his wife, she's vocal now too, and I love Anita, man. She's back there chiming in. Yeah, that's great. Be yourself.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and
I
when he
think an
bought
extra
them,
seven's okay, Hoodoo.
he jumped on that horse, grabbed a chunk of mane, and took off.
No, not yet, Amy. But if you keep an eye over at Hawks, we'll be announcing some pretty amazing things here soon.
Oh, hey, these things, I tell you.
I know. I'll be quitting very soon.
Yeah.
I quit at least 20 times a day.
You're
Yes,
right.
Everybody
Yep.
quits when they run out.
Well, Rescue, you do the vape, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're cool with that? Like, you much better for you?
Oh, I could get on that soapbox because I smoked for 35, 40 years. And yeah, this was the best decision. I wish I had done this a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's cleaned out. I think it's a major difference. Just my 2 cents on the topic.
What
To
you
me,
have
the
a lot
difference between quitting and then quitting and the vaping. The vaping gives you a way to like clean out.
Yeah.
In a way, so it'll break up a lot of phlegm and it'll help break up a lot of the crap, and you can get it the first few weeks. You cough, you get all crap, but then all of a sudden your taste buds start coming back. You start breathing better. My wife is the one that noticed I actually wasn't tossing and churning as much when I sleep. And it's kind of like smoking a cigarette. Who would have thought that? But it's all that crap in your system.
Well, it's all those extra chemicals that are getting into your body. The glycol that they use is actually a
Well, it's the whole principle when you actually think about it. It's you're
antiviral
on a combustible, so you are inhaling the fumes and soot off of a product that's a combustible product. And so the difference between that and a vape is pictured to be worse, but it's no different than your asthma inhaler, pretty much.
Well, they did studies on the glycol back when they were able to experiment on children and get away with it. And they used glycol glycol vapor, and they spread it around the orphanages. And they said that the children there had less respiratory illnesses because I guess acts as an antiviral or something like that.
Well, it's a carrier agent, so it's for the misting effect, you can go in and it carries the medicine agent. So it acts different than burning combustibles and then breathing in. That's why I say it's totally, and it's just like people don't realize there is a medical grade nicotine. It's a clean nicotine. Well, and I'm not saying that anything of a habit form is not good, but I know the versus puffing on a combustible, breathing in soot, plus all the nicotine and the chemicals that they've added to the tobacco and the paper to preserve and all the shit. The vaping is like 4 components, and it's basically all components that are used in everyday food to begin with.
See, I think next week I'm going to get me a vaporizer thing to use for nicotine, so I can start cutting myself off of nicotine. And I'm going to have to talk to you, Rescue, because I don't want to spend my money on junk.
Yeah.
I want to find quality.
Well,
and there's too many.
It's also a habit, because that's
a habit. Yes.
And so you've kind of got to go into it with my son only vapes every once in a while. He'll buy one of the little store-bought ones just to hit it, but he's actually walked away from the smoking, then he vaped for a while, and then he's just kind of like, moved on.
No,
I have a lot of customers that used to do that. I do it because I'm a hand-to-mouth person, so I was one of those smokers that always had it dangling out of the corner of my mouth. So, I would go through 2.5 packs a day, but really only smoke a half a pack.
Well, I'm definitely ready to actually quit.
Yeah. And it makes all the difference whenever you can. It's that mindset. So now I just do that as my thinking thing. Instead of lighting a cigarette to think about something, I'll sit there and hold my vape. I don't even hit the vape as much as I used to because I just sit there and hold it like I'm holding a cigarette because it's a mental thing.
Yep.
During the 48-hour prayathon, I used to go through about 4 or 5 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, crazy. And John, those are my cigarettes, the 100 Marlboro Light 100s, and they're almost $11 out here a pack.
Say
And
what?
Yes.
I mean these?
Yep.
These are special. These are
not the
special select though.
Yeah, not the special, the regular one. Those are a little cheaper, but no joke. They're almost close to $11 now. Yeah.
These are the cheapest ones I could find, and they're $5.
Wow.
What?
It froze up for me.
Yeah, I couldn't see him.
It just showed a black picture. It just showed a black picture.
I was just saying
Oh,
$5.
for me, all I got him is he's just sitting there looking at the screen. It's like a
I
frozen.
don't even
black.
see that.
Really?
A
Yeah, it's
racist.
just black.
Oh, you're black.
You're not even moving.
No, your camera's like off. or
Ray's
something.
doing a black face.
Look, yeah, it's not moving. I don't know.
Oh, he's doing it. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Zach, he's like,
Indian casino
hello.
doctor has them.
Are you guys serious? You can't see me.
No,
well,
not
Can't
at all.
see you,
What
dude.
I
I
see-
wouldn't joke.
I see a picture of you, but it's frozen, so it's like just a.
Oh, I don't even see that. I just see.
All right, let me jump out and jump back in. Something's
see
not
is
right.
Ray in a black screen.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
all I
are we
see,
doing
too.
some John Cena thing where you don't see me or something?
Don't see me. That's why Zach was like,
Let's see. I'll miss some stuff up here.
There you go.
All right, am I moving around now? Okay. So these are $5 a pack.
much
And this
better
is
when
what I've
it's
been
just
smoking.
black screen.
I thought they banned menthol though. I thought that they were banning the menthol tobacco. Or is it-
They're wanting to,
oh, okay.
but
I thought something already happened.
so that's one of the reasons why I want to go to vape before. I can't smoke regular cigarettes anymore. They're
I'm
too
over
harsh.
Yep, I'm over it myself.
You know, it's funny because whenever I'd quit, because I've stopped smoking probably, I think I'm going on like 5 years now, 6 years.
Oh, nice.
I don't know, something like that. I've lost count. Dude, it's a night and day thing. But I told my wife, I said, you know, I remember back in the day, oh man, when these cigarettes get to $1.75 a pack, that's it. I'm done with this shit. When these cigarettes get to $2 a pack, I'm done with this shit. When these cigarettes get to $2.25, I don't know how many increments I was always done. But I kept doing it. And then now, matter of fact, I remember going to Canada back in, I think that was 03 or something. And a pack of cigarettes cost $10 at the gas station there in Vancouver. And I remember calling my wife going, okay, I can tell you now, we ever move to Canada, I'm definitely stopped smoking. I'll be damned if I'm going to pay $10 a pack. And then when you open the pack,
I
you have
live
to go
like
through all
that.
these little cards to show you all the pictures of all the shit that it can do to you.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah.
Yep.
But I still smoked after that.
Did you ever get the French that was up there, or the ones that had the metal butt on them?
Oh no, I bought one pack. That was
I
the only
tried
pack.
those
You'd
one
be
time, I
surprised
thought-
how much I made that pack last me.
I was like, oh, those look cool with the little French tip on it. It was a metal tip or whatever. I think they's German or maybe French. I don't know. But I tried them when I was up there, and I'm like, oh man, these cigarettes don't even taste nothing like Marlboros.
Oh,
Sharon, there are non-sweet tasting.
Oh, you can get juice that tastes like a cigar. You can get it that tastes like pipe tobacco. You can get them that
Hell,
taste
I
like
mean, you can
cigarette.
actually make your own juice too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you
definitely
can mix
do
in that. Yeah, mix your own mix. Yeah.
I would only recommend that if you go to a vape shop, an e-cigarette place, to one, question them, and if they act like it's just a convenience store, I wouldn't trust them for nothing. And if it's a vape shop that sells cigarettes and vape, I would not trust them for nothing. So
Yeah.
that's my 2 cents on that. So take it with a grain of salt.
Go ahead, Zach. I see you.
Well, hey, family, I'm sorry, but I'm going to bed. Have a great night, and I love you all.
Love you,
you, brother.
Zach. Rest well.
I should get that out tomorrow. And when I
Show
do,
them
I'll,
guns.
I'll
huh?
message you.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
Zach, Zach, I am happy that you look like you're at shut up, Moto. It looks like you're at 100%, so I'm happy that you're there. Because Jeremy needs you, brother. Jeremy needs you.
Just saying, right?
Right?
Love you, buddy. I'll message you tomorrow with the tracking stuff.
Night, brother. Rest well.
Get you some rest, brother.
Yeah, Zach's birthday's
And
coming
I'm
up.
glad you feel better.
Zachary.
Night, buddy. Just the encouragement I need.
I can't believe. Did you see how much cigarettes are in out in where Rick is in Australia? Man, that is like no joke.
A pack.
That is no joke. That's crazy. I was gonna say a moment ago is that it's been about 9 years since my last trip to Hawaii, but I didn't smoke at this time, but my oldest boy did, and he went to get a pack of cigarettes. It was like $11 back then, and now back in California they were only like $5. So can you imagine what they are over there now? Like I don't even know, but if they were close to 11 then.
I used to justify my because I bought from the Indians. The last 2 years I smoked, I would buy from the Indians because they had a smoke shop, and it was
we have one too.
A lot cheaper, and it was like, yeah. And then I did roll my own actually for a while, even converted my mom over into rolling her own. And I just, man, I don't know. There's something about when you finally hit that cusp where you've been off of it long enough, man, all of a sudden the stuff that comes back, it's kind of like the sugar epiphany. If you ever clean out all the sugar in your system, you realize just what happens.
Yeah.
And now I can smell a cigarette in the car in front of me if they're smoking with their window cracked. It's like, oh, damn, they're smoking. You can smell it. It's like, It's amazing. Oh, I get in my best friend's vehicle. I did that a few years ago, and I told him, I'm going, okay, you got to get your truck detailed or I can't ride with you no more. I can now smell every year of nicotine that's coated in here now.
You know what's funny is I never was a smoker before, but like my father did, and even my oldest son and stuff, and I never really had like an issue with it. So I wonder what it's gonna be like for me because, yeah, they never smoked in the house, but yeah, I don't know. Now what it will be like after being a smoker, and then what I'll probably be grossed out because I actually really think it's gross. The I could smell the difference, somewhat for myself, and your clothes and stuff. So, yeah.
And I still have moments. It's like, it's funny because I can watch like Wagon Train or The Rifleman, one of the old Westerns, and I'll be kicked back and I'll be watching, and they'll whip out that little Bull Durham sack and then pull out that, shake it in there, and I kind of think, man, but then usually that's when I just, that's what flowers are for. I just do a different version of a rolled up cigarette.
What amazed me is they'd be sitting on their horse, gently, not running, but just gently going. They'd sit there, like if they was corralling some cattle, they'd take out their pouch, put out the paper, roll it. I'm like, that's today's version of a stoner driving.
Actually, I can do that. I could roll up a cigarette while driving with no problem.
Oh yeah.
I have still yet to see a one-handed roll on a table. Someone.
I'm probably not going to do.
Well,
several people have told me, especially weed, they could. This guy was one-handed, one-armed. He could just whip on the table, and I'm like, what? He goes perfect, like it was a machine done roll. I'm like, oh, come on.
Well, yeah, I could see it happening because once you lose a limb, you learn to better
you can do it. I will say though, to do it, if you do the true one-handed thing, it takes a pile because you basically have to lay so much on top of that paper. So when you do that, it's still full on the ends because most of the time, everybody that tries that ends up with the Prego roll.
Right.
Because it's the middle finger that seems to hold that, and the others just kind of roll off.
It was
now,
always
if you take a minute and you fold it, some people make little boats. So you fold the thing, make a little boat. Oh, dude, I'm no offense. I mean, it just sounds weird, but I've literally had to roll cigarettes in 105-degree weather, chained to 2 other people, one on each side of me, while they're beating the ground with a hoe. And you get this, hey, can I roll one, boss? Yep. So while everybody's stepping, you pull your pouch out and you pull your paper and you step, and you got your hoe tucked up under your arm, and you're tapping as you're rolling. So yeah, there's been those moments.
Damn.
I've hit my lick.
I've even done the part where you put it in there and you think you have it even, but you still make a divot in the middle where it still comes out somewhat more even. Equestrian? Roots, do you dare?
Up here.
Hey, I tell you what, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay,
I've
well, I
never-
guess I'll wait.
Never rolled anything in my life, so I don't know the first thing about it.
I'll wait until rescue comes back before I leave.
Why
Are
you
you
leaving?
heading out, Ray?
Yeah, I gotta get some sleep. I actually gotta work. Because of the whole dog issue, I took 2.5 days off already. And if I take more than 3 days, or 3 days or more, then I have to go to the doctor and get a note.
Oh, yeah.
Roots. I love you.
Funny. You're funny.
Well,
You actually almost sounded like him.
it always amazed me how he'd always pick up that phone though and call someone. I'm like, how did he get his hoof up there to dial that phone?
He was very good with his lips and tongue.
He was very, very talented with his tongue. That's all, he got to admit. That's all I'm saying.
Right?
He drove all the other female horses wild.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
You keep it up, Monty. You're gonna get me laughing so loud. I'm trying to be respectful of you, man.
I'm being good. I'm trying to be good.
I'm not trying to make you 85% deaf in both ears.
What?
Lordy.
Huh?
Okay.
It went to shit real fast, Rescue. Don't leave me.
It did not. It was mine.
And with that being said, Rescue, I'm gonna bid you, Monty, Bella, and Chad a good night. I'm gonna get some sleep.
All right, brother. Well,
Good night, Ray. Thank you again for tonight. That was a blast. That really
I enjoyed hosting. I enjoyed being up here with Rescue. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get out while the getting's good.
Appreciate you, brother. Get you some rest.
Absolutely. Night, guys.
Ray, I can't. Later, Ray.
He's like, peace out.
He's still laughing. I know he is.
Yeah, oh my gosh. That was good though. You missed 1-8 opened it after where were we? I don't remember where we
Christina's.
were. Oh, that's right. After
And then
Christina's. So he
1A's,
opened
and then Fat Man's,
and then Ray did, yeah. It was fun. We were listening to music and we were putting requests in and stuff. Yeah, it was really good. I needed that tonight. That was really good.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
See, and that's the good part is community vibe. People come together. Puts everybody in a good mood.
Quit! You're gonna get me laughing. And Bushido ain't even here yet.
Oh shit. Yeah, sometimes you just need that night, that kind of night where you just really cutting loose and having a really good time.
Oh, there's been many a nights I've started this and was totally not in the right frame of mind, and then end up in a way better mood by the time he gets halfway in. And because that's it, just I never know what day I'm having. I do it now because it's I hate to say it because then people will take it like, because I get told all the time, you don't have to do it, Rescue. You don't have to be. But for me, this is therapy because I can. It gives me a purpose. It's like if I try to tell I'm gonna every night at 2 a.m. Central, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna try to at least go for 8 hours. Okay, it kind of gives me goals,
Yeah.
and so, but some days are definitely hard because just don't really feel it.
Yeah. I hear you. But those are moments I would suggest that you listen to yourself too. But like you said too, there's those moments you feel that way, but then you come on and it flips your whole that whole space, and you realize how good it did you, right? So it's a rough thing, man. I just know what you're talking about for sure, though.
Oh, God nudges on me too. I've laid down before and it's gone off and went, damn, I'm supposed to go live. No, I'm just not gonna do it. No, you need to get up. You need to get up. And then 30 minutes later, it's like, I guess I need to get up. Yeah. But then an hour into doing the panel or something, all of a sudden, then I'm in a way better mood. And so it's just, God will work. You just got to give him an opportunity. Everything's already here. We just got to get all our stinking thinking.
Yeah. Too much in our heads sometimes, right?
Well, it's easy to give in to the negative.
Yeah.
And so you kind of gotta. I use those as like reminders.
Yeah.
And that's just like, a matter of fact, I think I even commented that night on the stream is how I really wasn't even feeling it, didn't want to do it, but I got up here anyway and was like, yeah. And that's why I just try to be open too. I think that throws some people off because I've got there's no narrative behind this, no purpose, no goal, no show, I just thought, it's a virtual living room. I'll just welcome people in and kick the can around. We'll talk about stuff. For me, I learned how to interact with people at a calmer level.
Yeah, I've heard you mention that before.
And that's a challenge.
Yeah. It takes a lot to hold space for a lot of people these days. So I can, yeah, man. I mean, I seriously have to pull away a lot from YouTube recently because it's hard. It's hard. There's moments. Yeah. There's moments and different people, different, not everybody can just get along, so.
Well, it's just, so there is I don't know how to say it because I don't want it to sound bad, but because it's good when there's different viewpoints and everything.
Yeah.
And so that's the good part. But then I think it's the way things have been conveyed nowadays is what makes it different. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
You used to talk back in the day and actually come to a consensus, agreement of whatever, yeah, it's noon. Now it's like it's almost like people that want to debate. I hate that word nowadays. 2022, I personally hate the word debate because debate's not a debate. Debates always turn into, I want to convince you that it's my way and you're wrong. This is the debate. And it's like, well, that's not a debate. Yes, it is. It's kind of like the, shut up. I got the right of freedom of speech. And it's like, yeah, but now shut up. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What happened to the freedom of speech? Shut up. That's only for me.
Yeah.
It's noon. No, it's not. It's 10 to 12. No, it's not. It's 1:15. No, it's not.
Well, I mean, because growing up, I was used to, you would argue, and granted, arguments were always goofy anyway, but there was, because it's like, is it noon? Well, a person would be like, it's not noon because it was 11:59, and another person goes, it's close enough, it's noon. Well, you might have this little argument per se, but then all of a sudden it hits noon and they go, yeah, but it is noon. Yeah. Well, it's like that. You can't do that anymore. It's like the minute you don't agree with something, then that's it. Yeah. You don't agree. Doesn't matter about what you've been through, your past, your experience, the age, none of that matters. This is the way it is because this is what I say. Yeah. And it's kind of like, what the hell happened?
The last few years is what's happened, Rescue, and people are losing their shit. Like, sorry for my swearing, but at the end of the day, it's true. We're watching people and we're all dealing with it, right? So I can see why. I can see it, you know what I mean? But some people are just legit losing it and are very vocal and demand that people listen to them because they know it all and they have it all figured out. And the truth is, and I'm sorry if anybody disagrees, but none of us have it all figured out. We have some ideas, but this we're all just trying to figure this out, you know. But I think it's made a lot of people run really on a short fuse as time keeps going on, and the more things that we're up against, and
Yeah, because it's I don't know. It's so weird because it's I don't know, the jab, the election, just even specific stuff. It's like, okay, this topic, and nope. No matter what you show or the facts, you know, it's like, and I get blown away with that. Can't even accept, you know, just the plain facts. I mean, hell, I might not like something, but if you're wrong, you're wrong. I mean, so you just suck it up and move on. Is it, you know, it's not the end of the world. If I go, oh, hell, no money, I think that 10-pound test line is going to be better to cast, and you do that and it breaks, and it's like, well, that works. And it's like, well, I'm okay with that. I'm like, oh shit, okay, money, what'd you have to use? 20? Okay, there you go. But it's that's not the mentality anymore. It seems like it's got to justify why that 10-pound was right. And it's like you do election stuff. It's like, okay, the state has a constitution and it says they're supposed to do this. They didn't do that. That's called illegal. No, it's not. What?
well, some people are just so closed off, and that's where, like, I won't even waste my time, to be honest, because
Yeah,
it's just you're not going to get through to them. You know what I mean? They're
yes.
just stuck in their space, and that's okay. Like I can still ride with that, but just not be in that space with them to try to like talk about it, because they're just so closed off. And I'll just, you know.
There's
What
been
are you
several.
laughing at, Monty?
There's been several of those people where we just go, okay, but we'll pray for you. Have a good
Yeah.
day. Have a good day. That's it.
That's
Yeah.
it.
There's just something you can't
Roll
help.
on.
I've kind of said that in my head a few times.
No.
Oh, did you go watch the 19-year video thing that he did? That was pretty cool.
That was pretty cool.
True, John. But we all were fooled in one way or another through this whole thing. I mean, there's so many things that, I mean, we would have never thought and never believed until we seen it or did the research to really figure it out, you know. So we've all been fooled. Some people just aren't going to wake up out of that that state, you know, and they're just going to, you know, write it
Well,
out.
that's why I try to share my viewpoint is just to give people, it's, I guess in a way, I just throw the idea out there that it's like, you know, you don't have to like beat yourself up. So you don't have to hide behind this. Oh no, I wasn't wrong. Cause it's okay. Cause that's why I openly admit, hell, I put my head down. I raised my kids. I paid taxes. I hit my lick. I did what I did. And I didn't pay attention to all this shit.
Yeah.
Now I wish I had have. Okay. So there you own up to the shit. And now you move forward and see, I don't remember what actually ever taught me that, Bella. That's my problem. I would try to pass that on, but I don't remember that lesson in life. It just kind of was there. You just always go forward.
Yeah.
Always push forward. Always try. I just don't know, and I don't find blaming shit. I find out.
Yeah, because
What
you're
did I play
learning
for?
lessons that we go through.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what this journey is all about, is growing and I mean, yeah, it's.
Well, you
Are we
make
going
mistakes,
green?
but you learn from mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I went brain. I thought I was distracted for a second.
Squirrel.
Yep. And late hours like this, if you ever watch us on Saturday nights at Hogs, yeah, this is about the hour that I squirrel a lot and get all goofy. Yeah, I'm a hot mess.
Exactly.
Shut up, Monty. Nobody asked for your opinion. You're no better.
Exactly.
Oh,
Skepex summed it up. I don't go through life trying to be right. I try to learn as I go. If I mess up, it's on me. I try to be a good person. Who cares about being right? Exactly.
Yes. Exactly.
It's all about the good.
Yep.
It's that moral compass.
Wasn't saying that, Bella.
Oh,
I was just laughing. Friday Night Tortures. Remember that?
yeah. Yeah. And then go do a 48 hour.
Kentucky
What were
Moon.
we ever thinking? Crazy times.
We can. I don't know your age. I know. I mean, I'm a grown up, but I'm a kid at heart. So.
Me too. I don't care how old I get.
But then again, I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Yeah.
Because there's a million toys in Toys R Us that I can play with. From trucks and trains to video games. It's the biggest toy store we know. Oh boy. This is what happens when you raise 3 kids.
I had 3.
Through Toys R Us days.
Yeah, right? I remember them days. You're probably around the same age as myself.
I'm pushing 60.
Okay, you're a little older, but still.
Just a wee bit.
Just a little bit. Not that much, but yeah. But I'm a kid at heart for sure.
That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, Summer.
Hey, Summer.
Hey, Summer.
Oh, there is a Huckleberry. He's been hiding from me in Virginia. We're taunting him tonight. It's funny because he went up on panel. I don't know if that was a mistake or what happened, but anyways, he was up on panel. Huckleberry's been around for a long time, and we've never seen him on a panel before. So we got all excited thinking he was gonna, talk with us and stuff, but he didn't. Right? It's always nice to at least get the voice behind the person that you've been hanging out with for so long, So, at least.
So is that your offshore? Is that the offshore rod?
He did something, so he'll be right back.
It's just a heavy catfish pole.
Oh, okay.
I dropped the spool up underneath my bed, so I got to go and fish for it before I unwind all of it.
Okay. See, around here, those are what we call dam poles, because you fish at the bottom of the dam with poles like that. Because, I'm inland. If you go down around the coast, they use that for surf fishing. The big thick ones. Tell no one we're inside the stuff, buddy. I'm a total free man.
Virginia.
It's a lethal bunny, though, Brian. It's a lethal bunny. Have to whip out Elmer Fudd on you with a kill to web it.
I have to go see this, what Donkey did. What it's studying up to.
Yeah, he did a good it's like their 19-year anniversary, and they went to the beach with the kids and stuff. And he did a cool little, yeah, he did it. She's actually, I think, the one that actually recorded most of it was her. And, but it was just really cool little message, just beach time. They were together and spending family time.
Nice.
So it's one of those little smile videos that just kind of, you watch it, it'll make you smile.
Look how beautiful it is there. I'm actually watching it right now.
Oh, yeah.
That's Florida. That's beautiful.
So, who was on the panel over there at Donkeys? Or at Ray's?
At Ray's, I ended up jumping up there. Crystal Chatwood was up there. Von Erich came up like right at the same time as I jumped up. So him and I, Eric, and a friend of his. I don't know. I haven't met him before, but a friend of Ray's.
That's who I was wondering.
Yeah, I don't know who he was. I don't recall ever meeting him before. He did milk, but he teased us. He stayed there for like 5 minutes. I was getting ready to jump up there, and he bounced. Me and Virginia, Virginia, we were getting...
What panel did he go on?
I believe it was raised at each. Yeah, because I didn't go up on 1-8. So yeah, it was raised. Yeah. Well, we didn't get to hear him or anything. He didn't do anything. He just was there. So wrong. Yeah.
Triple dog dared.
Yeah, where is Yorga? Yorga's usually around, isn't he?
Yeah, Gary usually comes. Well, he was here actually before I went live because I saw where he said come in saying something about he was in the corner with the dunce cap. And it's so cool because Yorga when he comes here he says it. See, when he comes here he's Gary.
Oh, so yeah.
And it's like, oh well, cool. But he can be Yorga. Just got to watch the Yorga.
Yeah. He's funny, but he means no harm, obviously.
Yeah, no, but Gary keeps things in check. But Yorga, the Yorga side, anything is on the table.
Yeah.
As long as it's Gary in the chair, well, there's boundaries, there's perspective. The minute Gary goes away,
hanging out with Ron a lot over on Ron, so
yeah,
he's been around for a minute. I'm glad though that because before, I don't know if you remember, but before he wouldn't be on anybody's panel. He pretty much stuck to Ron's. That's the only place we'd ever see him. And now he's ventured out and he's gone out to other panels. And yeah, it's really good to see that he's opened up like that and did it.
Oh yeah, at first, matter of fact, I think that whenever Zach and Jeremy first started doing it, carrying over, when he got up there, he said that's at that point that was the only other panel he had ever been on because Ron's was the only one he had ever got up on.
Yep.
Which that was the only one I'd ever done until this, and so yeah, I can relate.
Well, now he's making his moves and he's all over. What are you doing? Are you getting ready to go fishing?
I'm trying to fix a mess right now.
Well, if you hadn't put that old cheesy spin cast reel on it, then
cheesy. That's a spin cast. That's a spinning rod.
Just because they charge you a lot for it doesn't mean it's worth it. But see, now if that was just a good old bait caster, open face, well then that'd be different.
I've showed you my bait caster, I think.
I know you showed me you have a good reel, and then now for some reason you went and bought a lower end one. I don't know why, but I guess the guy that drives the Porsche still wants a Volkswagen Bug for some reason. I don't.
Hey, your opinion is your opinion, my opinion, my opinion.
How many opinions circle around to that? Circle back around to that.
Ron a lot of cherries. That's for real.
These are actually made in Oklahoma. They're USA made.
Aha, Okie from Muskogee.
And then they're sold by the guy in Arkansas. He took over the business, and I'm like, but it's still
bought
made
by the guy in Kansas.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's countrywide shit right there.
Yeah, this is a 9-footer. But the reason I got it is because it's USA made.
There you go.
Because I've bought some of the other ones from Cabela's, Bass Pro, and I'm like, and they don't. They just don't.
Oh man, it's so disgusting nowadays because it's like and actually I say nowadays, hell, like I talked like this was yesterday shit. Hell, I think I found this out like 10 years ago. Things were really phased out over here on the smaller end of things, like Amboa Garcia parts. They were starting to be cloned overseas and then brought over. So, you were buying imported shit. Benjamin Franklin. I tried to repair my Benjamin Franklin pellet rifles. Oh yeah, no, that's like, that might as well be some ancient shit now. And it's like, what? Man, those are rock solid.
On the Red Ryder BB guns, you used to be able to send them to Rogers, Arkansas to have them fixed. You can't even do that now. And I'm like, really?
Yep.
Abu Garcia low profile bass. Well, I call them, they're low profile bait casters for bass and whatnot. They're made in Taiwan and what's the other one? And I'm like, but they're designed in Sweden, by golly, but they're made in Taiwan.
Yeah.
I'm like, get the heck out of here.
Well, that's true, Brian. There's Chinese-owned factories in Oklahoma.
That's
But
why
that'd be more on the money end, though. So while that's still not good, and we need to keep it here, but at least it's being done here by Americans here now. Unfortunately, on the back end, on the books, the money's going over there. But
this old man, he has just him and his family, I think, and he put out a little video how he makes them, and they're pretty lightweight, but they're durable. They have the striper versions and this and that that's a little bit heavier duty than the catfish. They even make them for alligators.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, golly.
Well, I don't know if you heard me whenever you had dropped your reel, but see, like those poles, we usually around here, those would be called dam poles, because that's the kind of poles you use to fish at the base of the dam.
Right.
And now, when I used to live in Beaumont growing up, then we would go down to the beach a lot. So then those are definitely surf poles on a coastal thing. But
I got one of those. I think it's a surf one. Was originally a 12-footer. Yeah. But when my buddy gave it to me, it's only like a 10 and a half. I'm like, what happened to the other? And so I had a bigger reel up on it, and I was trying to cast with about 3 or 4 ounces of weight. And that, you wouldn't think that on a 12-foot missing a foot and a half would matter that much on accuracy, and it does, especially at nighttime. You go to throw it straight, and it either goes left or the right, and you're like, what?
I think they're trying to get Huckleberry on a panel and then Hoot Owl.
Oh, all I seen was Roots' comment about, I would be more than happy to break both of your trees. And I'm like,
well, a lot of these people have been around for a long time, you know. Never thought I'd be a panelist, though, but here I am.
Yeah, I gotta say it's still kind of weird to be on a panel, though. It just depends on the topic and the kind of the conversation and how that's flowing, because then it starts to feel more like sometimes when D-Dog gets up here and you're talking or Bug Out even get to talk about you just kind of end up in the moment, the topic, just kind of kicking it. Matter of fact, that's usually the times I forget about chat, and then I kind of go, oh shit, I haven't even looked at chat, because you just kind of caught up in the conversation.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times you just sit here and kind of, it's like, well, you don't really know what to bring up, and then you always got to watch for the edge of that road, because shit can fall real fast.
There was a few times there's a few times I jumped up on Ron's in Virginia, and all of them was having a convo that when I jumped up in there, I'm like, what did I jump into? I was up there, I waited a little bit, said hi, and then I jumped back down.
They had some off the wall discussions up in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but so do you guys over at Christine's, it looks like. So I was just like, wowzy.
Yeah.
It's all right though, if it's all their cup of tea, you know.
Oh yeah, that's it. I'm more mellower, that's all.
Yeah.
So,
but get me on a good night. I can cut loose too.
Yeah, it's like when you're on a panel with a group of people that you're just relaxed with, you know, and just everything just
you just chill.
Really flows.
Yeah, really flows. Just say it. Really flows.
I know. I wish they would let you do a movie party type thing or something where you could, do it in the open and just like.
But that's the thing.
No.
They're too happy to go copyright.
Well, they'll take you down the minute I think you even tried to put a movie up and try to stream it. You're gonna go down. I'm sure of it because they do it to music videos. I mean, come on. But the funny thing is, they have free movies on YouTube. You know, they have where you can actually watch a free movie on YouTube, but they won't let you play it. Well, I get why, but because they're stupid. But yeah.
What's wrong, Money?
Oh no, my camera's just a little bit off. When you see my hand raised and everything, I've already dropped my hand back down. What the heck? It's really off tonight.
Well, now it just had a little pause, but no, your camera was working.
No, I've not taken any kind of.
Oh, you got it tilted down, and it looks like a little more.
Oh, well, that's the.
Because usually you can see the peak of your mountains in the background, but you can't see those now. It cuts off.
I moved that up and over, and I moved the shark up and over, and I moved. Yeah. I moved me up to where I was a little bit closer.
Moving on up.
That's through the OBS though. That's not.
But you just drag your overlay.
Yeah. Because if I even tilt this back, see.
John, you're so right. Where is Mutt? Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk you.
Hey, I haven't seen him for a while.
I know. And I remember he was going to have surgery. I hope everything went well. I have not.
Well, didn't he say something about how he hardly comes on YouTube anymore?
Virginia, that's my friend. His name's Harvey.
Because he had said something about, I don't come over here. I think he's on the YourTube.
Yeah, he did. I know he did make a channel over there, but yeah, I don't know. He came back around when everybody started finding out, when Ron passed, but I haven't seen him since. So
it's been.
I recall him saying he was going to have surgery as well. So just hope he's doing well.
Yeah, I can't remember whose panel I saw him on. It's been a bit.
I think he was over at Jeremy's or Zach's one night. I remember seeing him on panel with.
Yeah, no, this was on somebody because it was a smaller one, and it wasn't very. I don't know if that was Christina's, or it might even been one of. Yeah, it was somebody that he had because he was just kind of, I think, showing some support. He kind of got up for just a few minutes, was up talking.
I don't know then.
Yeah.
Well, how long do you think it's been? A long time, or what do you think? How long?
I want to say it's been at least, I would think, 3 weeks probably.
Oh, okay. So then you've seen him more recent then, because I haven't seen him since February.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, this is
like after Ron's passing. He was around for a while, and then
I don't think I've ever seen him at Michelle's.
No, I don't know.
Milkmaid, I seen your comment. All you lovely shy folks can pop together.
Oh, a Guardian said he was in a convoy chat saying he was going to Hagerstown, but the truckers were leaving.
Guardian, that's Mutt? Because he has trouble walking. I can't imagine him being out and about. He's had some health.
No. Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. It's been around for a long time, though. So I don't know. I definitely haven't seen him myself.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I just hope that whatever it is.
Yeah,
Celtic Mutt.
Yep.
Well, I hope everything's going okay for him. That's.
Yeah. Indy might know. She's really close with him, so she might know. I'll have to message her and tell her we were all thinking about him and hope he's doing well. Oh,
seen him on Bonnie's.
Yeah, and I go to Bonnie's once in a while, but I haven't seen him. I don't know.
Oh, apparently Mike went on Indy's channel yesterday.
Oh, did he? Okay. No, see, I missed her live. I know I heard that she went live.
Yeah. Well, damn,
Hey,
I
Roots.
missed him being up there too,
Yeah,
but I
me
even
too.
fell asleep on it.
I was out running errands and doing things. So yeah, I was gone all day, pretty much.
I got up on the panel and was kind of, we were sitting there, but then they kind of got to talking about something, and so I just kind of sat back in my chair. Next thing I know, I was nodding off, and then somebody laughed, and the laugh woke me up, and I was kind of then trying to listen to what they were talking about now, and it was like, I think I'm going to get me some chicken noodle soup. So I told Indy, hey, Indy, that's why I apologized earlier for nodding off.
Roots, there's a shark back there in the water back there. Just because it looks calm doesn't mean the
Lake Placid.
Man, that movie is awesome. I tell you, Betty White's out there feeding the here you go.
Oh, hey, what's up, Corn Pop? Was wondering how you were doing, sir. That's funny. That's why you should always carry a scuba tank and an M1 Garand.
The movie Jaws. Oh, yeah. I see what you're getting at.
That's it.
Come here, you son of a... Then he blows up the tank. One last round, of course.
There's always one last round.
Yeah,
Either that or you have the infinite 6-shooters. I always love those. Those infinite 6-shooters are awesome, dude. It's like,
riding their horses and shit. Bang, 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 bang.
dude,
They turn back
them
around. Bang,
dudes
bang,
ride
bang,
20 miles and never reload.
40 shots later and they're not reloaded.
Half of a battalion has been shot down with this 6-gun without one reload. And it's amazing because they just ran from a town where they apparently couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, but you got on the back of a horse running full speed, and all of a sudden you're just dropping them like a little Sniperville with infinite ammo.
It's like when
I
you
guess
turn
that's
the
the
gun
Hollywood
sideways.
version of God mode.
It's when a gangster turns his gun sideways, you know, it gets more accuracy.
Yeah. And the ammo lasts longer.
All right. Later.
All right. I just wanted to say thank you, Rescue. I left a message back in private chat, but I didn't want to interrupt you guys. I'm gonna jump down into chat for a bit. I might come back up. My head's starting to throb a little bit.
Nope. We'll kick
All right.
back.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming up.
Okay. Talk to you in a bit.
Yes,
Later,
ma'am.
Bella.
Bye.
Oh, hey, Mickey. It's okay, Mickey. Nobody likes saying hi to 40 plus people. Yeah. Just kind of do the quick morning thing. And I'm still impressed. I don't know how everybody does it on phones, dude. I just cracks me up. And I don't know what's the deal with the emos. How come I don't have the same little emos? Do I gotta like download that shit, I guess, to have them on my phone? But it's like you go to start up StreamYards and, you know, or something, or you do all the little smiley faces, you got all the little peace sign. Yeah, I don't have apparently none of those options. All I get is some little goofy basic ones. I don't even get a simple smiley face.
On the YouTube side?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
But now on the desktop and everything, it's fine. But on that phone, it's like, damn, do I gotta like install some kind of emo pack or some shit?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I hate that phone. I don't do anything on that phone, dude. I really don't. At first, I did Pandora a lot, and I watched YouTube simply because it worked. I would have that up in the windshield, and sometimes I was sitting underneath amps monitoring certain stuff, so I like had the leads run down inside my truck because, you know, when it's really fucking freezing outside, you want to sit in the heater, so yeah, you have leads that go over into the cab of your truck and you sit in there with your stuff. But I'd watch shows or listen to the videos, and then that way no ads, so I could just sit there and listen to it. And or I'd go up in my bucket, I could still listen to it from my truck. After I stopped working, dude, I don't do shit on that thing. Text message and a phone call. All these apps, I don't do them. I don't have all that shit. I say bring back the 25-foot curly cord.
It's me again, Margaret.
Actually, hey, get off that phone. I need to borrow it. I got to call somebody real quick. But I just got on it 45 minutes ago. I know. Get off the damn phone. I got to make a phone call.
Or when you're the innocent bystander, when someone else has that 25-foot curly cord stretched clear across the room, or somewhat, and you come, and you're kind of younger, you're running out across the living room, and you get clothesline yourself with it.
Oh yeah, and the minute you stretch it too far, well, then it gets the double kink in it, and so then it never coils up right after that.
Yep. No matter how many times you try to.
But see, it was just little challenges like that. We did so good with those. Now all of a sudden, here you go, and we've done gone plumb crazy. Not the only place I tried to say hi to everyone was on Natives morning reloaded. My hands are full. Thumbs get tired.
Good morning, Guardian Prepper.
Morning, Guardian. Hope you and the family are doing good. Hey, Hit Gal. Morning, man.
Morning, Hit Gal. Who else? Huckleberry. Now I'm starting to yawn. I just woke up from a short little nap, too. Did I get up on here last night, and did the little teapot, or was that the night before that?
I'm not quite sure, sir. I just
remember I was up here for a little bit, and yeah. I was just trying to put a smile on people's faces. I think it's the night before last. I don't know. The days are all running together like sands through the hourglass. This is the days of our lives.
Grandpa, I feel like I'm about to get a root canal with this music.
No.
Well, it won't hurt. It'll be all imaginary.
No, earlier you was talking about the living room thing, and I'm like, actually, it's like an elevator with 40-some people in here.
Yeah.
With the music and everything.
Well, it's the waiting room. Not sure what's behind door number 2. We'll discover it together. I gotta say, see the background music, it works for me just simply because I guess with headphones on, if I didn't have headphones on, then it wouldn't be so bad. But with the headphones on, dude, if nobody says anything and there's no noise, it's like you can hear yourself breathe. And it's like, yeah, I'm just not into this. So I need something to help with the thing. This works. So
that's why I have my fan on most of the time, because no sound in this room drives me nuts. That's why I always, even if I'm laid back taking a nap or anything, just laying there, I'll keep YouTube on, or I'll turn my TV on, shut down the laptop. But as long as I have something playing, I'm good. Yeah. Hey, what kind is your headphones?
Corsair.
Corsair?
Yeah.
Are they cordless? What the? I thought they had a cord on them. Maybe he's charging them.
Yeah, I've got a cord
Okay.
I can plug in and charge.
Right. Maybe that's what I always seen. I never realized that he's cordless.
I thought
Till
y'all
now.
could hear it because there was one time I plugged them in and somebody went, "Who is that?" Because there's a voice that'll say, charging battery.
Right.
Or battery low. It notifies me. Yeah, Corsair actually hooked me up with these headphones because they're wireless. I can also put a mic into them so I can run a mic, and but this, my wireless mouse and my wireless keyboard, because when I kind of started having my issues, like I said a couple years ago, I was on the verge. I thought I was fixing to have hospice, home health kind of thing, bathing, and because it was bad. And that's so some of the vendors that I've dealt with over the years on the back end of things, with computers, and I had a product, I forgot what it was. I can't remember if it was a mouse or something. And I sent it in. And when I was talking back and forth with a certain person, and they were like, well, here you go. And then I got hooked up with these, and a laptop pad. It's an insert that I can put my keyboard inside this lap board. So I can put my keyboard inside that, and then it gives me a mouse pad so I can, because I used to have to sit in my bed and do this.
Right.
What's up, Guardian?
Kind of like those lap stands.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Well, it's with the lap board. It's got cushion on the bottom end.
Yeah. What's up, Guardian?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you and the family, sir?
Very, very good. Thanks. Good to be up here with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, awesome, brother. Always welcome. Oh, Brian, like the background music. I'm going to grab the stuffed bunny.
Yeah, you're speaking about peripherals, and it's my wife's birthday coming up at the end of this coming month. So we found some nice specials on some Razer gear, like a really nice Razer headset, and then we coincidentally found a really good special on like the best mouse for 2022. That's like the Razer Ultima or something like that.
Yeah.
It was like a really good special. So like we're able to get like a nice mouse and a headset for her birthday, because she obviously works like with a lot with PCs and stuff too, and then I like a bit of gaming, so it's pretty helpful. Yeah.
Shoot, yeah. Yeah, I used to not be a Corsair fan. I just had a mouse that I forgot even why I bought that mouse, because I've always been kind of a Logitech fan. And
yeah.
But then they reached out with my whole issue, and that's I've been hooked up now with the whole headphones, keyboard, mouse, wireless, or I can charge them up. So it was, they kind of hooked me up. And it's actually ironic because I just got through building my computer, and I pretty much went all Thermaltake, and Thermaltake had already hooked me up with, but they always hook me up with just goofy stuff. Some stuff doesn't even make sense, but it makes sense to Thermaltake, and I said, hey, thank you. Like I got a damn shoulder bag. I have to show you this shoulder bag. It's like a shoulder bag, and it's like, okay, I guess you could stick your laptop, but what the hell else do you stick in this? It's like a mini suitcase you're supposed to put over your shoulder, but okay, cool, appreciate that. But I did this whole computer in a Thermaltake theme, so everything, my water pump, my fans, radiators, everything is Thermaltake. And I started to reach out to them for sponsorship, but I really didn't like the keyboard or the mouse, so I didn't worry about that.
That's pretty cool. Like it's really nice. I know that Corsair, that when you're speaking about Corsair as well, Corsair is actually renowned to be one of the leading brands right now too. Like they've got really high quality and good quality stuff. So yeah they're right up there with Logitech, and Logitech for certain gear. Logitech for certain gear is pretty good. And then what's the other ones that were really nice at the moment, love? Yeah, Cool Master, but the thing is that it's like remember we were joking, you said it's like almost Crocs. Yeah, it's like the Crocs of mouse. Like it's pretty interesting. It looks cool to a degree because of the utility. Like it's nice to use. But yeah, it's just a strange look. I think I get used to the look though.
Huh. Yeah, it's so funny. I used to use a trackball, one of the center trackball styles way back in the day. And then even at one point, I even used one of the thumb trackballs, and now I can't stand those damn things. Well, actually, I use the stationary center trackball because I used to use that in my work truck. Because it doesn't matter as the road's bumpy or not, it's easier still to use just because you're just moving the ball around. You can bounce around it and stuff and still move your mouse around.
Yeah. Do you remember the old ball mouse, like that ball mouse that we used to get? Like that, it's like that weird, like the original mouse for like the CRT monitors.
Oh yeah. The good old rubber ball in the bottom. Pop it out and clean all the little buildup off the wheels.
But Kay was just recently saying it sucks, getting this new mouse. It doesn't look, because some mouse you can kind of like fix. You can pull it apart and put the parts kind of together and then just fix it up if it's fallen off the desk too many times. But Kay was saying, like with this new technology mouse, it's like the motor vehicles too. Like I can fix a lot of old school vehicles, like the original, some of the 80 vehicles and stuff as well, 90 vehicles. A lot of them are very straightforward, but you give me like one of these new models from like 2022 that has like the whole thing's just a big computer box. I'm looking at this and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, where do you start with it,
Yeah. Oh, well, and most of them now, I mean, in all honesty, it's an ergonomic shape is just find one to your preference, because after that, it's going to be the switches, the quality of the switches that they use. And other than that, it's the pads on the bottom. That's your two items are the switches and the pads. Other than that, it's just a shell. You used to have more components to it, but with the optic and the laser optic side, all that's so small and simplified. It's really just the switches underneath the big fancy thumb buttons. Your micro switches. That's where the cheaper ones get you too, because those will go out in a heartbeat. They wear out. You kind of don't realize how much you're like double clicking on stuff, and then after a few months, all of a sudden it's like, damn, this mouse is acting up. Yeah, it's because there was a cheap little micro switch in there.
Yeah, and that's not just that, but like when you're looking around. Sorry, did you want to say something, Monty?
Oh no. Oh, he's yawning.
Yeah. All right.
But you're all good, man. No worries at all.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just yawning.
That's fine, dude. Absolutely.
Hey, brother, thanks for having me. Yeah,
later, man.
I'm going to still be listening a little bit. I'll probably see y'all here in a few more hours. 2 or 3 hours, about my norm. Guardian, good seeing you. Hope you and the missus are doing okay. Rescue, thanks for having me up on panel. Chat, much love. Ricardo mentioned the Commodore 64.
The tape deck is world class.
Good morning, Bioxo. All right. Much love. God bless.
Later, buddy.
Bye, Monty. Yeah, so I was just going to speak. It's always nice being up on the panels, Monty. I just also wanted to say something, something pretty cool. Like when it came to looking for peripherals and stuff, I didn't know that I wanted. Like I've seen a lot of the computer gaming chairs and stuff around, right? And I think the gaming chairs are kind of cool, but when I was like doing some of the shopping, you see, because a lot of the gaming chairs, they've got almost like a thin like pipe that separates the base, which is on the ground, compared to like that separates the base from the chair. So like that thin piece always, I don't like thin kind of, not making an innuendo joke or something, but I don't like thin poles at all, right? So like I found the most awesome gaming chair that's basically like a mini sofa. That's like one whole unit, like a square that you plop on the ground and then you sit on top of that rather. Like it's very comfortable looking, like almost a lounge chair kind of thing. And I can do that anytime. And it's also got a bit of a gaming look. So I'll be looking at getting that like as I'm busy doing my studio this year. I really want to set up like a bit of a nicer studio. The reason why I don't have my cam on right now is I'll show you quickly. So
what and that would be why you don't have it on.
What happens when I put the camera on is automatic, like an audio thing that plays automatically. It says, what the fuck? No. Sorry for the language, Rescue. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Well, I tell you, Al, I used to just take any old desk chair and just do them, and it wasn't until I got this Secret Labs, and oh man, this memory foam therapeutic type cushioning and stuff makes all the difference. And the way that they built it, it's solid, but it's still got the center pole action. But this one is actually, you know, I lay back and take naps in this bad boy.
Yeah, there's nothing like a good chair. Really.
Hi, by the way.
Hey, Miss Cookie.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see where things are going, how you can get different technology out there. And it's always been, I know I'm always speaking about technology, but I just think it's so crazy, the world that we're living in right now and the technology that we've got available to us.
Oh yeah, it's just, well, it's all on the table now, and people are learning at all different paces. So then there's all different ways and different discoveries, different new stuff being introduced. You know, the RGB with the computers, I think that's so kind of funny. People are finding all kinds of ways to incorporate the RGB, you know, the coloring inside the computer cases nowadays. You got the chairs with RGB audio, you know, heated seats. Some of the stuff is Thermaltake actually come up with the eggshell looking chair. I don't know if you've seen those in their new styles, but it reminds me of like a Jetson chair because it's kind of like that little quarter eggshell look.
Which company did you say makes that?
Thermaltake.
All right, I'm checking that out now. Yeah, I love this though. Like, this is a really cool style. Like having chairs that, like different unique styles. The thing that I like about it, of course, is that it doesn't have that thin base separating the floor of the chair.
Right.
I'm just highly.
Those always get me because I'm kind of a big dude. Dude, you lean back on those and you can feel that little plate where that pole goes into starts to just flex, and it's like, yeah.
Right. I can't stand it.
Not going to end well.
No, and it's just like, it just doesn't, I don't know, like rolling around, like being able to push myself and relocate while the chair's got like wheels at the bottom. I don't need a chair with wheels. I know my chair needs to know where it is, you know? I don't really want, like, I don't need to move around. I enjoyed it the hell out of it when I was a kid, obviously. Like, those are the best things ever. Like, push yourself across the whole room with wheels.
Well, you don't go from like one desk to a workstation, and because like that's the reason why I do mine and mine roll, but it's because then I can just roll over and turn and work on that. Well, I don't have to screw it.
I don't really have a setup like that though. I could obviously imagine with a more office environment type of thing that you could utilize that. Like, it would be pretty cool. You got like a commander chair, like where you got on the right hand side all your security cams and everything, and then like your PC and stuff in the front, and then.
Well, you got to admit, Guardian, regardless of how old you are, there is that moment when you look behind you and realize there's a good 20 to 30 foot flat floor surface that you could just kind of shove off and shoot across, and you just kind of, the more you see that, you just want to go zoom.
Right.
You know it's addictive. You can't help it. You see the open space, you just want to go, man. And you just push off.
Spinning on the chair, that's also fun. Like, but you can't do a headset on unless it's wireless. But like spinning on the chair in office chairs. So I'll tell you a quick story. I was working at a pharmacy for quite a while, and you know, it was one of the beginner starter jobs. And what I was doing with that is I was doing like the pill counting, so counting medicines and that, and just counting out into the different vials and that, and learning medication through that. It was actually pretty cool, like, experiment to be more familiarized with medication. Anyway, so it was one of the most boring things that you could ever do is taking a whole big container of medicine and packing it into like 20, and you do that like the whole day sometimes. So yeah, the reason why I bring that up is because I had one of those swivel chairs doing that. And that was the most fun thing ever, to just like slowly swivel around and round and round. Everybody at the pharmacy thought I was completely like ridiculous for always turning around or slowly, you know. Give it down. That is fun. It's so boring. So what I'm saying is 2 jobs that you should try and avoid is data capturing, if you can, and packing medication.
Redundancy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Data capturing, oh man. I don't know if what I'm doing at the moment, I don't want to get into our current job and stuff like that, but like, I don't know, data capturing has to be, it's so mind-numbingly boring. Like, it's the worst.
Yes. Morning, Mama Red.
Good morning.
What's the weather like there, Guardian?
It's good. It's 11:30 here. I finished up my work for the day and stuff as well, and the day looks like it's going quite nicely. A little bit cloudy, but yeah, things are good. Did you hear that there's potentially peace talks? Very good news. I don't know if it's true or not, but it does seem as though there are peace talks currently between those two nations that were having a bit of trouble recently.
Well, it's yeah. I think that, I don't know how I'd say that. So you have side one and then side two, and like we'll say our administration can be side two, and then you have the Ukraine in the middle. Well, it's like they were willing to go along with side two's narrative for a while, but now that one has really kind of been putting the pressure on, all of a sudden now they're willing to make a deal. And it's kind of like, hey, we can meet some terms, because I don't think that our side is really wants the peace side talks, to be honest. I think they've been trying to poke it. So hopefully it's sometimes those smaller fish, in a bigger corruption type thing will give up. It's kind of like when you watch the mob shows, and they always get the little guy on the street and he starts singing. Well, I'm wondering if homeboy in the middle isn't kind of like the little fish. And now he's willing to start kind of singing, and it's because there's been some stuff that's kind of, I don't know, you say it gets brought up, but you listen to this side, and this side, and then dissect what you would perceive to be, okay, this is probably what it is. Because everybody that says anything has a narrative when you think about it. Regardless of which side you listen to, it'll be a narrative.
Yeah, I don't know. I was speaking recently and just saying, there's obviously, power grabs and absolute power grabs, absolutely, that yada yada, that type of thing. But it's just like when it comes down to this, I think there, everybody says that there could potentially be people behind the curtain, the people behind, just the wealthiest families in the world controlling everything, those type of things. Yeah. And I honestly think that that's plausible to a degree. But I was saying recently that I think one of the most scariest things is that there might not be, because if we're just kind of all running randomly and we believe that there's an organization controlling everything, we can hope that they're not completely nihilistic and that they plan on ending all of us. You know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is that I think that there's a plausibility for there to be a kind of shadow government type of thing. And obviously, when I'm speaking about this on YouTube, I'm obviously using very PC terminology and stuff like that too. Right. Yeah, don't worry, dude. Don't worry. I won't go down certain rabbit holes too deep. Yeah, I just think that there's a lot of people that would potentially be in control of everything that's happening at the moment, and it's just all for show. You guys have probably spoken about it already, but speaking about things for show, I do think that what happened at the Oscars was definitely planned, in my honest opinion. Like, that was a distraction. Yeah, that's 100% so in my opinion. Like, just the way that it went down, that really looks like it was just to get the Oscars rating, I get where, with the family environment, at the back end, and I just don't know if it's that, like, I won't say simplified, but that narrow, because I don't know, how would you say it? If you take, I don't know, we'll just throw a number. You say you got 5,000 criminals are all doing criminal acts. Well, the one common denominator is that they're all criminals, but that doesn't mean that they're going to get along, even though they might all rob you blind and lie to you or whatever, but that doesn't mean they'll work together. So that's what I wonder, if some of this starts getting out of control on their side, because while they have this negative drive to them,
that pushes it, but no one wants to get screwed over like the other guy. So once they start to kind of get certain stages, it's like they're starting to cross each other, and then all of a sudden that causes them to the infighting. And that's what I wonder about is like right now, because you just have so many different layers of corruption. I don't know if it's so easy to just go to a single layer, if that makes sense. I don't know if I can say that right.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's so many conspiracies, and this is definitely the age of misinformation too. There's so many things that it's like that would usually seem like more conspiracy theories, but like as time moves forward, they're seeming more and more like realistic. So it's crazy.
Mango strawberry box. Sorry, he asked me what I was vaping.
No, you good. 100%.
But I just, because it's like some of these people that are, you're all for. It's kind of like that when they come for you kind of thing. That's saying, at one point they come for you. Well,
yes, they came for the Jews, and at first I didn't.
So it's
think it was on the Jew. Yeah.
It's that same thing on that side. Well, it's like, this big war machine type thing is picking up momentum. Well, you rally for it until you realize that, oh no, you're in its path too, and it's going to roll over you. And then all of a sudden you want to jump ship because then you realize you might have made a bad decision. I think some of that's come into play now. I know it is on the election side of things and all the crap that went behind over here on that, because there's some legal stuff that's finally coming to light and getting put in play. Because at some point you kind of, which that's what's got me about all this, all these people, adults, these grown people with kids and grandkids and great grandkids, and it's like, how do you look at any of those family members when you're a bald-faced liar? I mean, when you're a freaking crook, how do you go look at your grandkids in the face? But I'm an accountability. I'm a simple person nowadays. Done been through all the shit. I've said all the excuses. I've listened to all the excuses. I've seen all the excuses. Now I'm just done with the excuses.
Did you read what Amy said there, Rescue?
Uh-oh. Leisure will make it challenging to break it down.
Yeah. Amy was saying you're a conspiracy theorist, so spoiler alerts.
Yes. Conspiracy today, wait 6 months.
Yeah. I don't know. There are some very interesting ones that I do enjoy thinking about quite a lot. I think the top, if I could name conspiracies that I think I put a lot of gravity towards and think a lot about. So I think I'll just go through them quickly. So I'm sure there is some sort of life out there, and I'm 100% sure that we're not alone in the universe. I don't know about I know that they're hiding stuff. I mean, that's ridiculous. In 2020, the US government revealed information that they had, absolutely confessed to having information of unidentified flying objects that were doing things that we are not familiar with the tech behind it, that any of the nations have. So the Pentagon was releasing legitimate documented footage, and everybody sees this, and they're just like, oh well, that I don't know, that can't be real, because we kind of forced to believe that extraterrestrials are not real, and it's just like what? So the first one is that we're not alone. The second one is I do have I put a lot of weight into simulation theory to a degree, but not to the point that it's going to make me go crazy, because I know that can, if you believe too much in it. But I do think that there is a certain level of truth that may be behind simulation theory, because mathematically, there's a much greater chance, in fact, 1,000,000 to 1 chance that we are in a simulation, that we're not in a simulation compared to the fact that we are. So mathematically, it checks out, and statistically, if you research deep enough into it. But that's why I say, it's one that I do think it's interesting. So it's the UFOs, it's that, and then the third one's definitely that whole shadow government and everything like that. That's the third one. But besides for those, I don't know. Are there any ones that you that spark your interest as well?
Well, I don't think we're alone, but then mine's more of a faith-based, just because, I mean, I believe in an omnipresent God that created the universe and this planet and myself and the people. So it doesn't, who am I to think that I would be the only one right here in this universe? I'm not against others.
Yeah.
Things, other people being out there, other creations. When it comes to our government, knowing it, I just see that's where I don't, on that part, just because their greed. Look at all the crazy shit that they're doing right here, right now. And so if they were in possession of even worse stuff, they would be using it. I mean, they're doing some pretty heinous stuff and don't blink an eye at doing it. But other than that, I believe in the corruption, so I really don't see some things. I don't see as a conspiracy. It's a matter of, might not know the details, but it's obvious that shit's going on. It's kind of like the whole, who's actually the oligarchs, the wealthy elites, and all the 2,000-year history. And I don't know all the details, but all I can tell you is right here, right now, there's definitely some shit in the game. So there's something there. So I don't really call it a conspiracy. I just don't know all the details. And I think that greed plays a big part in everything. So I think there's layers to corruption, and we use terminology and classifications for stuff. But when you break it down to its core, there's a lot of greed. It's a personal, materialistic bond, that we've come up with that are, because see, I didn't grow up this way. That's why sometimes my viewpoints sound, I guess, really crazy, because for me, my life experience, I literally had a normal life, then had a crazy, chaotic life, then kind of had this moment where I'm trying to come to terms, did a real heavy faith-based type path, and then kind of came out of that, and then was my kids, and parenthood is because for me that triggered inside me a different thought. So I kind of start reflecting back on how I grew up, and I have these moments where I almost feel like I'm in the Matrix sometimes. As a matter of fact, I keep waiting for Rod Bradbury to knock on my door and tell me what episode of the Twilight Zone I'm in, because it's like I put my head down to raise my kids, and I went to work and I did my job and I did all this day-to-day life, raised my kids, and I poked my head up like 20 years later, look around, and it's like, holy shit, what the hell happened to the world? Where's the country? Where'd everybody go? Because nothing for me, and the whole thought process, the way, like I said earlier, debates are done now. The whole terminology has been totally flipped all around to mean different shit, and I guess I feel like I've stepped into the Matrix, because it's like, well, I remember when on was on and off was off, and it wasn't like let's have a 4-week discussion on, well, exactly what is on, and now we're there, and it's like, how the hell did this happen? Hell, I thought we were supposed to be getting smarter, and it just...
That's the thing. Yep. You'd think so. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy by chance?
I've heard that. No, sir. I don't think I've seen it.
So in the movie Idiocracy, it explains kind of how the world gets to where it gets to, because it's essentially like a dystopian movie, placed, a couple hundred, I don't know how many hundred years into the future, whatever. But essentially, the premise of the movie is that humanity has kind of devolved when it comes to our intellectual capacity. So the way that happened was, you would have your wealthier, more affluent partners and couples having logical reasons why bearing children is not a good idea. Why, no, we'll wait for a bit longer, or we will make sure that we are absolutely secure financially before we decide to have little ones, right? And then what happens is, over time, they eventually get too old and they don't, replicate. So the IQ that was attached to their genus is then lost because those two intelligent people were too smart to have kids. And then you get people that will just have kids with everybody, where like the family blows up and it like multiplies really quickly, and you see like a graph form where the people that are not the most intelligent have all of these kids. So over time, what happens is there are so many of the people that are not the intellectuals having kids that the world gets more dumb. And then we start like losing and forgetting how to do basic things. And like in the movie, they found out that one of the energy drinks that they've got is actually what they start using because it's got it's really dumb. Like, watch the movie Idiocracy Rescue. That's all I'm saying. Please watch it when you get some time. You'll absolutely love it. But it's pretty interesting to say the least. What I wanted to do is comment on 2 comments that came up a little bit earlier. I just want to go up to them real quick. So the one thing that is about speaking about those conspiracy style things. So I don't want to mention his name on stream just in case for his own privacy and safety. He says, my dad was a commercial pilot in Alaska for 37 years. He saw things in the sky that were not normal. He was told to say nothing or we would lose his license, right? So like, let me repeat that. So my dad was a commercial pilot in Alaska for 37 years. He saw things in the sky that were not normal. He was told to say nothing or we would lose his license. So that's the type of thing where like those things are really concerning when people get told to keep quiet, because then it's like, why are you doing this blanket thing? And then also the fact that most of the astronauts come from a specific place. You can also, like, that's also a tinfoil hat type of thing too. And then the Matrix over here said, if we're not in a simulation now, they're working tirelessly to get us there. But yeah, there's just 2 pretty interesting comments that came up that I just wanted to.
Well, see, I think that the big, what I see going off of like growing up, hearing the UFOs, the Area 51 became a thing. And then kind of translating to now, I guess what I see, and this is that it's weird because it's just a perception, and I guess it's because my head was just down, in a way. So it kind of like a lot of this just shot over me, because what I see from that perspective is Elon Musk is a very good example. There's so many people out here that have got their hands on some money. I mean, one way or another, whether it's winning a lottery, winning a state lottery, just good work, good investments, people from the .com era kind of thing. There's a lot of private stuff that goes on that a lot of people don't realize. It's like, that there's actually hovercrafts that you can drive through the woods and stuff and through the swamp. And I don't mean the little floaty ones. I'm talking about rise up 10 feet up off the ground and take off like a drone kind of thing. It's a private thing. There's a lot of fun sharing that goes on building these projects. And I also think that there's a level of arrogance. Like, we think we know exactly what the Chinese know. We know what they're really doing. We've been monitoring. You only know what they want you to know. Just like, I'm sure they like to think they probably know more about us than we realize, actually, because they're the ones furnishing all this hardware that we use in all our shit, that they can monitor everything you do. But see, I see it because the only thing I go with and I even just hate to describe it that way, because I don't know about aliens. I think I don't think we're the only creation, so I don't view that. But man, can you imagine if you came over? Well, why wouldn't you make contact even more? Or why would you remain so clandestine over 100 years? Pretty much, because.
Well, it's the same thing as the tribal perspective as well. What happens is when we touch untouched tribes, is that we spread disease. It never spells well for the tribe that we've contacted. So across throughout the world where there are indigenous tribes that are still living there, they've got strict legislation and regulation against being close to the tribal folk because of the damage that it causes all the way through Africa. And you can look at this as well. It's pretty interesting. Sometimes when people try and do good by going to a remote place and providing them what they deem is the right way of life, they actually destroy life, and it's had a lot of negative impacts because you're you're going there kind of, even if it's just to make a good name for your company or whatever it is, which is sometimes the unfortunate truth behind it. It's like people are not going there genuinely to care about the extreme long term and growth of that little village. They're more just going to build a school so that they can say that they built a school. But sometimes the school isn't what the place needs. Sometimes that place just genuinely needs a bit of care and a bit of like some agricultural knowledge as well, but then the schools are like bringing in all sorts of curriculums instead of just giving them the basic understanding of like what could assist their own little area as well. So it's like sometimes, across the world, and this is going back to what we were talking about, is that there can absolutely be extremely negative effects for our planet if aliens were kind of interacting with us, because it goes back to that to what they did in the US. I believe it is in the 50s, and they had just the radios out there. There wasn't really the TVs were very like basic at that stage, whatever. So most people were using radio, and that's that War of the Worlds thing, where they said that they made an advert saying that it's the world. We spoke about this briefly, I believe, and recently, and then just it showed that what happens is when people find out that there are things out there and they can confirm that, they go crazy. People stop losing that, they don't care about anything anymore. I mean, all sense of, I don't know why people do this. There can absolutely be both. Religion and extraterrestrials can be both existing, you know what I mean? Like it's they don't have to be counteractive to one another. But it's strange that I think that's the reason why they wouldn't. It's like the zoo hypothesis. It's basically that aliens can come and explore and come and view us and all that type of thing, but they're they're encouraged to avoid interacting with the local people, which is us.
But see, society's changed so much in like 100 years. It's like the way we talk and everything. You'd think that there would just be it wouldn't be just little fast things. There would be something that would do the outside connection, because that's why I think there's hardware it's kind of like the hypersonic missile that they just shot, and it's like, oh look, you just test fired the new hypersonic. It's like, yeah, I wonder how long that's been around. I wonder what about the engine that they used in that. What else did they use that in? We don't know. We won't know until we can actually catch. It's kind of like we did it back with the B-52 was all like, ooh, and then all of a sudden it became like, oh, okay, it's just a bomber. Yep. Well, we do this. And I look back on my life and can see it. It's bicycles. Hell, we went from a smooth tread on a bicycle, and then all of a sudden when somebody come up with a knobby tire, all of a sudden it was like, holy shit. And then you got mountain bikes. Oh my gosh, we can go out and jump hills. What? So it changed the whole aspect and mentality of riding a bicycle, that you would stay on a street and just ride this bike on the street, to all of a sudden you had dirt bikes. And it was like, what? Dirt bike? Yeah. Put the knobby tires from the dirt bikes on the bicycle. Now we can ride these off. No way. See, and I guess it's the weird benefit of remembering when these moments happened, and then to how they're interpreted now. It's kind of like the computers, and because I just remember sitting with benches and oscilloscopes and boards trying to figure out how to get this data to go through this chip to go talk to this chip. And back when you would actually have to go and assign certain IO ports and stuff to get hardware to talk. But then people nowadays, it's so Best Buy plug and play that this seems like, oh man, this technology. And it's like, it's kind of already been there. It's just that we have to learn how to utilize it, and we're utilizing it better now. But pretty much all the shit that we do in a computer has been there. We just didn't know. We keep learning easier ways to use what's there. And so, see, you talk to somebody and it sounds different.
Well, I don't know, I'll never, recommend that people idolize people in any way. And I think that's kind of where we've lost the way. In a lot of way, we kind of,
Hey, Guardian, I want you to know I'm going to turn my camera off, but I'm still listening.
Oh, you're good, man. 100%. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that we just idolize people in a big way, and which can be wrong. But I also think that we should be trying to look up to people as well. You know, that we should try to aspire to be people that are causing a positive impact. And of course, it can be easily said by anybody. You know, it's pretty cheesy and cliche to a degree to say, you know, let's make the world a better place. But if we all actively decide to do so and try and, you know, be the change in the world that you want to see, that's really something that's always been a powerful message to me as well from Gandhi. And it's just something that we kind of should try and aspire to. Like we should definitely try and encourage others to get out there and to try and do like innovative things to make the world a better place, because it does seem unfortunate that in 2022 we just seem so distracted. I think everybody just by, you know, whether it be social media or whether it be just media in general, you know, and they've got us divided, distracted, and it's just like the distractions that come up with social media are so good. Like they have us, you know, just focusing on things, and then we care so much about things that would usually not be that important. Like, for example, you'll find out that at the same time as some of like the more negative things that have been happening around, like there's been amazing positive progress within society as well. And nobody will really speak about that because that's not like the narrative, you know. I love your mug, man. I just got to say, I really love Harley Davidson. I can show you, like, I've got a whole bunch of Harley merch as well, like for particular reasons. Kay also loves it. Harley's pretty cool. Just wanted to say I love you, mug.
Oh, well, hell, I'll have to. I wonder if I could. If I just mailed you stuff like in one of those, you know, the envelope type things, then that should just be like regular mail, huh?
Yeah, but you don't need to. I don't need you.
You got a post office box. I got patches. Actually, I didn't know what else. I still got a stack of different kinds of patches and stuff. If you'd want them.
Yeah, I wouldn't take them for free though. I would definitely make sure that you get something out of it as well. No, we're like, it's a long story, but we're very big on trade locally. Like in South Africa, trade is a really big thing. So it always feels I don't want to get something for free that I didn't earn. So I would rather, if you sent me something, I would happily, you know, if you sent it, just let me know the average of the costing and that type of thing as well, and I'd be happy to return that.
So
I know the currency.
So okay, I'm not from South Africa, so I don't know the culture. But isn't there something in the culture where you can just give somebody a gift?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's well, it's different, right? We try to work hard for the things that we have, but there is a beautiful aspect to the isiXhosa culture, which is one of the people that you know, they're native to the southern part of Africa around here as well, and what they believe is absolutely that they've got, because as I say, there's 11 official.
I would just like to offer them as a gift, because I'd like for them to go to somebody that appreciates it. It's kind of like some other stuff that I'm just kind of giving to some people, and it's just, that's me. So
yeah, but I like giving. I don't like taking. You know,
that's hard to do.
Yeah, but I'll be, if it comes from the States specifically, like I can show you. I've still got my subway metro cards that I was using when I was in New York. I've kept even things like that. Like, I'm extremely sentimental. I've also kept, I went to a really cool bar in the city, in New York City, and it was actually a place where they gave me a couple of you know, beer holders, beer, just to prevent the table from being damaged. Coasters, basically, like a beer coaster, and still got that as well. And I love it, man. Like, I'm such a nerd when it comes to my American culture stuff. Like, I love it so much.
Well, just if you can either email me or whatever, whenever you're comfortable with a PO box or wherever you want me to send it to, and then I'll drop it in the mail. I got a good little handful.
I'd love to send you, well, if you do that, I'd also love to send you something from locally that you can't really get that side. There's some pretty cool stuff that I know for a fact, as somebody that also enjoys the outdoors and survival and prepping, there's some pretty cool stuff that you can't really get elsewhere outside of South Africa. I'd be happy to send you some of that as well. Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. There's I'm wondering at the moment, you know, with things being the way they are, it's just like people's, you know, I just want to lead it into quickly, like just careers and people that are struggling to find work and stuff. Like that's something crazy that we deal with here. Like we've got a lot of people that our unemployment is so insane, and it's just really depressing to see. Like I won't speak about this very often, but like just an hour ago, there were people like our garbage, that our refuge that we have. The way that it works is we've got municipalities that come around and normally collect garbage bags and stuff like that. You know how it is everywhere. It's the same thing, but it's like over here. What happens is the people are so desperate that where we put our garbage in the mornings, and we try to divide it between food that's still edible and like garbage completely, because the poverty is so extreme that you'll find people that are walking around the streets and going through the garbage bags, not on like not once in a while. This has happened since I was a very young child, and every single week it happens, and it's just like so harsh and terrible to see sometimes as well, like these youngsters as well, where they're going out there, and that's why we divide the food. We don't ruin our food when we're eating it as well. If we're not going to eat everything, we'll try and divide it and put it in a bit of a container, so that it's still like, if somebody wants to eat it afterwards, that they're not going to have to
separate it for them.
Yeah. And but it's just harsh to see that. Like I know I took it into a strange place on conversation wise, but it's just like, it sucks, man. Like it sucks so much seeing that. And like that's why I've told Ghetto's somebody that I've explained a little bit of what I'd like to do in the future. I'm not going to speak about it right here, but I'd like to help the world. That's all I'm saying about it. I'd like to make our country a bit of a better place.
I do love what you said a while ago, and it's like, be the change you want to see. Yeah,
exactly. And I really mean that. Like, sometimes people just need a second chance, and I believe in that.
Well, and I view it too, even a little deeper than that, because that's the accountability, that's the self-respect. It's like, be the example of what you're wanting to see. So it's walk the talk, kind of. To me, that all fits in that same folder, I guess you could say. It's and that's a message that's lost right now.
Well, it also like starts at home. It also, it's the way that you treat the people that are around you. It's the way that you treat people in general. It's the amount of understanding and it's the amount of compassion that you have for others that can sometimes truly be the value behind a person. And I really mean that. Like I don't say things just to kind of. I know that there are people in the world that'll say things just to kind of make themselves look better. I'm the worst person and I'm the dumbest person in any room at any time. And the reason why I say that is because it helps me learn the most and it helps me accept people the fastest. If I view myself as the dumbest person and the worst person in every room, but I always try to be better, that means that I'm never going to discredit somebody because they're not on a quote unquote same level as somebody else, because that's a bunch of bullshit. But sorry for swearing, but it's sometimes like I should behave risky. On my channel, I also try not to cuss and stuff, and I'm sorry to do so on yours. I also slipped 2 days ago. I also said the F word, and I would like to apologize for doing so. I try to be better than that. But yeah, so it's interesting to see the world, and I just want to live in a happier place for future generations as well. If there would be somebody else that would love to come up on the panel, I need to jump off. It's 12 o'clock here today. I need to go sort out a bit of lunch for the family and stuff like that. So if somebody else would like to jump, I won't jump off and leave you alone though.
No, it's cool. You can. I'm gonna walk my wife to the door anyway. She's fixing to go to work, so I'll take a couple minutes. It's all good. They're used to it.
All right. Ghetto, don't you want to jump up here? Ghetto's always great for conversation, always has like so much input. So I don't know no pressure on you, Ghetto. I'm just saying. Okay, what if you could? No problem. All right. No stress at all. I look forward to catching. I saw that you emailed. You're so much better at emailing than me. Like I saw your email earlier and I was like, wow, you responded like within an hour. And I took like a couple of days to respond to your emails. I'm so sorry, man. Like I just hardly ever go to Gmail, but I'm going to talk your ears off. So instead of that, I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. And I really love this family. I love you guys for being patriotic the way that you are, and for speaking the truth, and for being freedom oriented. Hell yeah, it's freedom.
Freedom.
Bye, everybody.
That's it. Later, brother. Be safe.
Later.
All right, guys, and I will be back in a moment. So just chat amongst yourself. Alrighty, back. Lord, I don't even know if I want to look at chat. Do I? Oh, it just is what it is. Yeah. 68. Yeah, it's a little cool outside. I noticed that a while ago. 50. Okay. If you want to come up, now maybe that's okay. I think the link's still up top. I'm sure I might come across as a party pooper though after looking at the chat, because yeah. The fuddy duddy. Well, you can just do it real quick, can't you? Yeah, using it totally sucks. What time is it anyway? It's 5. Morning, Cola. Morning, Miss Ella. Hey, William. Hopefully y'all having a good evening, a good day, a good morning, wherever that's working. Oh, another day in paradise, sir. Just trying to, I don't know, confused nowadays.
Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Sorry, I hadn't even taken a shower yet. My hair's sticking all over the place.
Mine ran away.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I woke up and it wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, that happens. Been enjoying the show this morning.
Cool. It's
Or
been a
not
little.
show, I guess.
Well, yeah, more of the chat. I think y'all have been way more active in chat.
Got a little feisty.
Just a wee bit.
I can't stay too terribly long because I have to go pick up some hay in a little bit. But
That's okay. Oh, I need to send you a message because, yeah, the PO box I don't think is going to work. It was like, apparently there's a difference in using a PO or a physical on the price. It's just drastically different.
yeah, I figured as much. See, I don't get mail at my house. The reason being I'm trying to keep where I live not advertised, actually, from some family members. So yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, should be an interesting morning.
So now you're going to pick up who?
Some hay,
Some hay.
Yeah, the grass is coming in, but
Do you do
it's not
round
there
bale?
yet.
You do round bale or square bale?
Round. Yeah, it's so much cheaper. You can fit, I forget how many it is. It's something like the equivalent of, it depends on the size, but like 30 square bales in a round bale. And if you're paying like $8 for a square bale and you're paying 30 or 40 bucks for a round bale, I mean, do the math, you know.
My in-laws do with the round bales.
Square bales are.
I take that back. If somebody wants some squares, then they'll do the squares. They'll do a row or two of squares just for, because around here, some of the FFA kids, you know, they just need like a 1 or 2 little bales, or because they'll have like a little lamb or sheep or even a colt. Where a lot of the bigger farmers, then they'll do the big rolls, the bales, the round bales.
Yeah. Well, and you know, for a while there, I wasn't using like the brown bales. Like they have these rings that they put them around so that the cows, because what they'll do is they'll end up. I don't understand livestock, but I finally kind of figured it out. What they'll do is they'll go and they'll like tear into the bale, and then they'll sleep on it, and then when they get up, they poo and pee right on their food. Yep. And it's like there's so much waste. So what I was doing was flipping it up. So I could just kind of unwind it and then throw it in there, like in a cradle. I made a cradle once with a futon frame and some scrap wood that I picked up for free. And only thing I needed was bolts and stuff. But that keeps them from getting on top of it. But then finally I broke down and bought one of those round bale cradles. It is so much better, especially with the tractor. I can just kind of roll it in and flip it up, and I can't waste it as much.
Grumpy said, what do round bales go for out there?
It kind of depends on the quality, but right now it's like $30, maybe $40 a bale. I mean, most of our round bales we got this year because my husband went and helped a friend who hays, and he just spent like 2 days working with him. And we got something like, I don't know, like 20 something bales.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, it worked out all right if you count the hours and stuff. I mean, he was dog tired by the end of it because he was helping him do the round bales, but he was also doing the square bales. And those are, you know, you have to throw them up on a truck and you have to take them somewhere else and stack them. And Ghetto knows. Ghetto actually hayed when he was a kid.
That's just, that was childhood chores around here. That's what that was just part of the team. Well, now, do you have a hay barn, like where you stack all 20 of your round bales, or you just get them throughout the year?
Nice to set up. A lot of the bales we'll get from friends, and they sit in the field. The other day, I went and picked up a couple bales because we were running low. Well, because I apparently can't stop buying cows. So we were running out faster, and I went over to my friend's place where I had my herd before, for, you know, at least his farm, and he has this great setup with, you know, a nice big barn for his hay, and so it's really nice. But yeah, most of the time they just sit out in the field. That top layer gets a little yucky, but you just pull it off. Stuff underneath's good.
Y'all got a problem with string up there?
String?
Yeah. Like a lot of times people, if they use the cheaper string in their balers, then it doesn't, it strands when it pulls apart, and then they're bad about chewing and getting it in with the rest. And then they eat it.
Yeah. Most people up here use the netting, actually.
Okay.
And for some reason that just, the cows kind of avoid it. We pull it off, but sometimes at the bottom, you can't, unless you want to roll the bale, and those suckers are heavy.
That's probably why they use the netting up there, because, the string is just, you know, especially if you catch bull that are in a hurry. Because if you cut that string and you pull it, and if it comes untied or comes loose from another section, they just leave it. Well, they eat anything that goes up to their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't
It's
turn
all
out.
caught in their gut.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's not good. But yeah, mostly they use netting. Although I occasionally do like when they have twine, because you know, if you've done any kind of farming and you're not stupid rich, twine comes in handy for everything.
This is true.
I have like whole gates that are held together with twine, duct tape, you know.
Have a great day, Ellen.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
Night, Alan. But yeah, you know who Homestead Oz is?
Oh, no, I don't guess.
She's, I think you'd like her. She's a fiery thing. It's her and Wayne, Lynn and Wayne. They're in Australia, and they have a cattle farm. And she posted this meme one time, but I think it was actually a picture where her son had like rigged up this whole fence and gate with tons of twine, and it was so freaking hilarious to me. Like, I don't know if everybody would get that, but yeah, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
That's
you know?
it. That's the cattle version of duct tape.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you farm too, like the list is never done, ever. So you start pacing yourself, because if you run yourself ragged, you're not gonna make it very long. So you kind of just go slower, but steady.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm excited. We're going to be getting our garden in pretty soon here. I had this this space that I later found out from somebody who knew a previous owner that the people before had made it like a riding ring. So they'd put all the sand, you know, and we have clay soil here. So sand compacted with horse hooves on clay makes the soil really compacted. So what I'm going to do instead, because I tried tilling it, and I never till, honestly. I'm a no-till girl. But I tilled it just to give it a go, and the results were horrible. I could only get about 4 inches deep, and so that didn't work out very well. So what I ended up doing is the same guy who I'm going to go get hay from, he doesn't spray those persistent herbicides, you know, the ones that kill broadleaves.
Yeah.
So he feeds that to his horses. So I know that the manure isn't contaminated either. So I get all this aged manure, and I'm going to make above, you know, long row beds, about maybe 40 feet long by about 3 feet wide, and just put it on top. And then the roots will help break up the soil down beneath. But they'll get a good start in that horse manure.
Is it the size of the garden? Is that why? Is it because would it be easier to just do above ground, like a raised bed? I guess is the way it's called.
It's kind of a semi-raised bed. So the reason that I do that, yeah, and Ghetto in chat, like we were talking earlier, we want to try to do like a bunch of us talking about gardening on a live. But we got to figure out timing and stuff like that, because I tend to stay busy on weekends. But when I started gardening, you know, a lot of times you can go to home gardening channels, and those are great. You can learn a lot of information. Like And My Gardener's great. And David the Good, the survival gardener. And a whole bunch of others I can't even think about right now. Roots and Refuge. But I started looking at market gardeners, because they grow a lot of food. And if I want to sustain us, I'm looking at people who are growing food to really produce. So I looked at market gardeners and all kinds of stuff. And so what I do is they are kind of raised. They're like mounded beds. so I don't have to till. So I'll put down loads of compost or horse manure, and then I'll take hay and use that as mulch, because I can't get wood chips too terribly easy here. You'd think I could, because there's lots of trees, and that keeps the weed pressure down. But wood's expensive, and tin roof is expensive, and in order to grow the amount of food I want to grow, that would just cost a hell of a lot of money that I don't have.
Right.
And
Morning, Billy.
yeah, you'll get a little erosion, but for the most part, I mean, it's just slightly raised. Sometimes I'll rake the paths up into the bed, so it's a little raised. It gets some drainage, but
there you go. Okay.
I can do a lot.
Well, that'd be cool. So that'll work out. Because
Yeah,
it's gumbo down here, and it gets real hard. You got to dig it deep and then mix up to actually come up with your gardening bed. Now, if you get around the river, it's different. But.
Oh yeah, river soil is the bomb, honestly.
It's got all kinds of nutrients in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really enjoy soil science. Like, that's why I don't till, because like the way they used to till and the way they till now is totally different. Like, historically, when you would till, you plow up the earth, but you wouldn't flip it. You wouldn't expose the bottom to the sun necessarily, which kills your biology. But
you just broke
but
it
now
up.
if you break it up a little, but what they're figuring out is, well, look at nature. Nothing breaks up the soil for anything that grows out in nature. Nothing. I mean, maybe pigs. But all it does is it shoots those roots down. And then when the plant dies, those roots stay in place, and all the microbes eat all of them, creates these pockets and holes, and brings the nutrients back down into the soil. And it always covers itself. It's never bare dirt. If you have a bare spot, something will start growing and covering it. They say, quote unquote, Mother Nature is modest. She always likes a covering, which I thought was a great way of putting that, But it goes against kind of conventional farming advice these days.
Well, I guess if you tilled like fresh raw earth at first, then I could see that. But after that, I could see what you're saying, because it's a foundation. So if you keep going back in and disturbing it, it's almost like kneading dough too much until it's useless.
Exactly. And there's this, I can't remember exactly what it is, and I'm going to butcher the words, but there's agglutination. Like, if you look at healthy soil, you take a shovel and you dig it down. Number one, you want to see worms. But number two, it's kind of clumpy. If it's good soil, if it's not compacted and not too loose, you'll see little clumps. Well, there's agglutinates in that soil that hold the structure, so that air can permeate the soil, and also so that water can be held in it. And a really cool video that talks about that, the difference between a healthy soil and an unhealthy soil, and the water retention. Because then if you till it up too much, you start to get flooding issues because there's nowhere for the water to go. It just kind of pools on top. That's why I think you see a lot of the problems with flooding in the Midwest is we're up where they do a lot of the monoculture, where they till it all up and spray everything and then plant these massive fields with just one plant.
It's all disturbed, and so now it's not natural.
Mm-hmm. And
hey, Jeep.
Then you get runoff and.
Oh, and by the way, Jeep said, Milkmaid, I called a tree removal company and they brought me a dump truck full of mulch for free. They just wanted to get rid of it.
Oh yeah, I try to do that. Yeah, best life. Joel Salatin is. I've actually met him. He's not terribly far from me. Met him a couple of times. He's an interesting fella. I'll try to catch people who are doing the tree trimming for like power companies and stuff, and I'll just smile at them and say, "Hey, you know, do you guys want a closer place to dump wood chips, because they have to pay to dump them here at the dump."
Oh wow!
So if there's somewhere convenient that they don't have to go farther, the company's like that. So they'll give you a dump truckload. My last place I had I had like 5 dump truckloads of wood chips that they gave me. But then I had to move away from there. And then I talked to the guys here when they were clearing the power lines. They brought me one, but my driveway has these tall pines along it, and the branches kind of were in the way of their truck, and I don't think they like that. So they never came back again. They just brought me one load. You have to be convenient for the most part.
Yeah, especially if they got to go off their beaten path, kind of. Then it's
exactly.
Around here, see, most people get stumps ground or anything like that. People keep them because they just put them around the beds. Put them around. If you don't have a garden or anything, people will just scatter them around the base of the trees or bushes, and you know, just or it's either that or a lot of, like, you got mulching places around here, so you can always contact them. Like if you're cleaning off some land, and in a way around here, you can get somebody to come in and cut the wood down, because you can sell the logs and trade that, and you know, split it with them. Then you have the tops left, where you have somebody come in and chip that all up, and you can actually sell the chips.
Right.
To either a lumber company for plywood, chip wafer board, or to like a mulching place for it, or use it yourself. And so everything pretty much gets used around here.
Yeah.
It's always easy to find somebody. There's
this thing called, I think it's called Chip Drop, that you can, I think it's a website, and you go on it and you can put in your name and address and stuff to sign up for if people want to drop chips at your place. And I've done it a couple times, but I've never heard anything. I think it has to do with location, you know. But yeah, I like to mulch things. It's a covering over the ground, over the soil, but it's not a green covering. Although I have seen some pretty cool things where people will grow like a crop. It's like I can't remember the term, but basically it's a cover crop. You plant a cover crop, and then you kill it, and you leave the roots in there, and then you plant in that.
Oh. Okay.
And that helps build your soil up. Like, pretty cool. Sorry, I get really nerdy about that stuff.
Well, do you have like any wood that you can clear off, or like limbs that you can trim off of trees and kind of gather up a wood stock? Because then you could just rent you a chipper and kind of come up with your own pile of.
You know, I've considered that, but given the size of my garden, that would take a lot of time. So hay is where I end up going, you know.
Yeah.
Some people say that's blasphemy because, you know, weed seeds and all that stuff. But you put it thick enough. Like how I plant my potatoes, I don't dig them into the dirt. I'm going to do an experiment this year and put them in some of my rows just to see if there's a difference. What I do is I just I mow, right? And then I plop the potatoes on the ground, and then I roll a brown bale over top of them.
Awesome.
And that's it. And I just hill them up, you know, with the hay. But they'll grow there because they're sitting on the soil. They throw their roots down, and then the potatoes are just underneath the hay growing.
Yep.
Really easy to harvest too. You don't have to dig.
Right. That'd be the best part.
Mm-hmm.
Way easier to clean up. And you're right, Mama Red. Thanks for putting Midwest's thing up. And I saw where Brian subscribed. And you're right, Ghetto. He's an old soul.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw one of his videos the other day.
He's got a good solid head on his shoulders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Grumpy, back to Eden is a good method too. Although not everybody has access to that much mulch, you know, and it does take time. Like, it takes a while, but once you get your soil good, man, it can be great.
Well, that's Billy. He said he used hay in his old garden and it worked great and never had weed issues.
As long as you put it thick enough. Because what a lot of people, like, unless you're buying bagged soil, and oftentimes, you know, that'll be the case too, but you have a seed bank in your natural soil. You know, seeds that have been dropped there by the weeds or the grass or anything else like that. So when you till it up, those seeds have been sitting there just waiting, you know, and then they get exposed to the, you know, the right depth, the right temperatures, and then they start popping up. And so the best way is just to suppress them by covering it back up, you know.
There you go. What's up, Mr. Gary?
Hey, can I say something about this subject, which I know nothing of?
Hey, Jorgen.
Sure.
Or Gary.
And I don't. I have a Christmas cactus and I used to have a pineapple plant. That's the only thing that I can make live. Everything else dies. Really. But I used to have, and I still do, but I haven't used it in a long time. I got a wood shop, and I used to make lamps and guitars and stuff out of exotic wood. And I would end up having a lot of chips. You know, I filled up an entire 55-gallon drum or lever pack, whatever you want to call it, full of these wood chips, but they were beautiful. You could reach down in them, and they were part maple, part purple heart, part Paduke, part Brazilian black Laura, all these different. And I was like, man, you know, excuse me.
One second, Gary. Hey, somebody put up Native's link. Yeah, because if he's going live, is it time? Yeah, it's 5:30. So if somebody can put
I always
Native's
come on
link.
panel when he's going. Whoops.
If you want to go, Mermaid, that's okay.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was there yesterday.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Gary. Sorry.
All I wanted to say was, you know, I had all this waste from all this wood, and they were like wood chips, and to me it looked like mulch. I was like, damn, you know. And so I put all that stuff out around my bushes out in front of my house, and it looked beautiful, and it killed every bush I had out there, man. I don't know what it was, or, you know, I mean, this is all hardwood, some exotic woods, but yeah, every bush out there died. So
it could be the type of wood. What were the woods again? I'm sorry.
Maple, ash, purple heart, Paduke, Brazilian black Laura, and they were exotic woods. And I forget all of them because that was long. This was like 25 years ago.
I won't say it's a perfect. I won't know that. Just my thinking right off the gate would tell me the hardwoods would smother the roots.
It did something.
A hardwood's not going to be absorbent, where like your pines and your softwood.
True. Yeah.
They'll hold your moisture. They create your moisture bed where the others would suffocate.
And these are just boxwoods that were out there. You know what I mean? And it looked beautiful when I first.
That might not be the case.
Killed them all.
So here, I have two theories on that. I don't know some of those woods that you were talking about, but some types of trees and woods have chemicals that they put off. One's called jugalone. I think that's how you pronounce it. Black walnut makes that. Also cedars.
Yeah, there was walnut in there. Yeah.
That's probably what happened, because jugalone is it's basically the tree's way of killing off competition for nutrients. So that probably is what happened. Because hardwoods, you can use hardwoods for mulch. I mean, I do all the time.
Okay.
But
that's what I thought.
But the thing is, some of them, like cedar and walnut, I know, because those are common in our area. If you use those, they both, and I don't know what it is that cedar puts off. It could be jugalone too.
Billy said purple heart is a pretty nasty one.
Yeah, that's a weird kind of wood right there. It really is.
Yeah.
You know, the weird. Let me just say one thing real quick, because I worked with these woods a lot. It's been a long time ago, but the weird thing about purple heart is you can cut it, or say you plane it, and it's like light brown looking. but if you put it in the sun, it turns just as purple as it can be.
That's
You know
beautiful.
what I mean? It reacts to sunlight. Whereas there's another one called Paduke. When you cut Paduke, I swear it smells like Play-Doh, but it's the most beautiful orange you've ever seen in your life. But once that gets in the sun, it turns like dull brown. So they react in exactly opposite way, which used to piss me off because I wanted to have like purple and orange, and depending on how you do it, one's going to be dull and one's going to be bright. So if that makes any sense.
I mean, it's pretty, but yeah, when it comes to plants and oh goody, Nikki's in here. Nikki knows this stuff too. Probably
good.
way more than me. But yeah, you have to kind of learn some of that stuff, and sometimes you just learn the hard way,
Yeah.
But
That's how I've learned everything.
Well, those lessons stick. Usually. Not always.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Sometimes people have to hit that wall a couple of times before they
Especially if
stop.
there's a whooping afterwards. Yes, you remember. Yes, you do.
We had to tell this year just as weeds are going to be terrible.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, weeds do tend to be really bad the first year with tilling. Like I'm not against tilling, at least once, or even some people just do the very top layer. But tilling kills off a lot of your good stuff in your soil. And
Hey, can I say something else real quick about that? Which I still don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But my neighbor back here has probably a good half-acre garden that he's meticulous every single year.
Yeah.
But sometimes he will grow like he'll put in black-eyed peas and then just till them in instead of taking them out and harvesting them. Till them in to put more nitrogen in the soil or anything. Have you ever heard about that?
Yeah, and it's a better practice than just tilling and not doing a cover crop, because that's basically a cover crop, except he's tilling it in.
Okay.
I mean, it still messes up the soil, because what's so cool about legumes, and there's actually some trees that do this too, but they have these little nodes. Clover does this as well, but they have these little nodes that grow on their roots, and oh shoot, I'm pulling a complete blank, but basically they feed a certain type of they help produce nitrogen, something like that. I'm pulling a complete blank on it now, and I look like a retard. But
no, you're not. Are you some kind of botanologist or something?
No, I'm just a curious person.
But you know what you're talking about.
She's just milkmaid.
Okay.
I'm curious about everything. I can absorb a lot, but when I try to spit it back out, I can't recall a lot of things.
Don't worry.
I can get
I
the
wouldn't
concept.
understand it anyway. Anyway, so.
Yeah. Well,
Back
I
to
mean,
the
it's
black-eyed
really
peas.
interesting.
So, would an aerator style, because I've seen that style of, instead of tilling, it's just aerating.
Punches
so it's
holes?
kind of, yeah, just punching holes. So if you did that, that's not going to do the damage that you'd be doing the same as tilling, right?
It hurt.
Yeah, that would be better. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that in order to produce a lot of food, we do some practices that probably aren't the best, but it works short term. The problem is long term, that's not gonna help us out. We've kind of screwed ourselves in a lot of ways. But they're learning a lot of stuff, and we're learning so much that we can start to put those things into practice now, at least on a small scale.
Well, can I ask you what's good long term? Manure? I mean, really, is that the way to go?
My favorite systems are the ones that are integrated agriculture, which basically you you rotate the use of livestock.
Oh.
And then gardening. So
I get it.
Gabe Brown is a guy. He's up in, I think it's South Dakota. He has like a 5,000 acre farm, and he does that. And he's so good at it. Like he makes good money, and he's also building his soil.
But you know what? I don't mean to break you off, but up that way, because I used to work with some guys from Iowa and Midwest. Man, and I've seen it. My daughter got married in Indiana, and the soil out there is black. I mean, the soil is premium out in the Midwest, man. I mean, it is black. So it's like you could throw just a piece of wood out there, and it's going to grow into a tree or something. So South Dakota, probably the same sort of thing, but I don't know.
And soil, it'll change from place to place, and what's been going on it.
Yep.
Like, I mean, if you're ever bored, watch a documentary on the Dust Bowl.
Okay.
And the Dust Bowl happened, around the same time as the Depression.
Right, it did.
Part of the reason it was so bad was because of the agricultural practices that they were using. They were not doing what their forefathers did with just a simple plow, but they were rototilling the heck out of everything, plowing everything up.
They did a buffalo move to the agriculture.
Excuse my language, but they were raping the soil as right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
We did the agricultural what we did to the buffalo. We just went in and slaughtered everything and said, this is the best. And wait a minute, where'd everything go? What happened?
Do you know a whole bunch of our major highways to this day were buffalo trails? Because the buffalo would go and we just laid roads on top of them, and they're
the
interstate
way to go.
Yeah.
And in Appalachia, they were they decided for some odd reason they were going to plow up and down a hill instead of along it, because it's all hilly, and you can imagine how erosion occurred then. Because erosion basically is like your topsoil leaving your topsoil.
Yeah.
That, depending on, how great the soil is, that's your first 4 to 6 inches. That's where most of the life is. The minerals tend to be down below, I mean, they're in the soil, but to tap those minerals, it has to be farther down. That's why, like, if you plant a tomato plant, right?
Yeah.
And it's young, and maybe your topsoil is deficient in calcium, and then you get that blossom end rot. It's where the end of the tomato kind of gets brown and nasty.
Yeah.
And it happens with other things too, but tomatoes are a great example because everybody freaking loves tomatoes, except for Monty. But as those roots will go deeper. Oh, hey, baby. As those roots get deeper, they start to tap into where that calcium's available, and all of a sudden your tomatoes aren't, depending on your soil, but your tomatoes aren't getting blossom anymore. I just saw his comment.
Can I ask you a question, since you seem like you know what you're talking about here, or maybe you
barely.
don't, but you probably know enough. I have, and I'll make this quick. My grandmother died in 1977, and she had this Christmas cactus, and me and my family have kept this thing alive for forever, right? And you can snip pieces off, and you know what a Christmas cactus is, right?
Yeah.
I can snip pieces off, and last Christmas I gave everybody in my band a little piece in a little pot, blah blah blah. And all of theirs, they're like, look, it's blooming, and mine is only blooming. Mine looks like an afro now. I got mine, it was just a little baby, but it's like boom now. But it's only bloomed twice, and the first time it bloomed white, and the second time it bloomed pink, but only a couple. But everybody I've given these pieces to, it makes me feel bad about myself. They're all like, it's blooming, look, and they send me pictures of it and stuff, blooming pink and whatever. Do you know anything about those?
I'll be honest, cacti are something I don't know much about.
No, it's okay. I just want to ask you, since but that's
cool. My guess is it's something about the soil. It's probably missing something.
I only use that premium potting soil in there. You know, that stuff that you buy in a bag at Lowe's and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody that said there's bloom, they said it liked the cold. It would like being more in the cold. And mine is right in sunlight all the time. I mean, it's healthy and everything. It just doesn't bloom that much. Maybe because it's...
Well,
maybe it's in the sun too much.
Yeah, I was going to say, some plants are light sensitive and some plants are temperature sensitive regarding when they go into reproductive phase. So, you know, it could be that. Like, I know, because I've watched, I don't know barely anything about growing pot, basically. But those people, man, they are into their science. And I didn't realize that it depended on how much light they received, whether they'd go into bloom or not.
Might get too much, yeah. Maybe I need to move it somewhere.
But I just don't know about cacti, so.
Okay, well, thank you.
I'm not going to pretend.
said that her mom used to put hers in the attic for the winter and then get it back out in the spring because they needed rest.
Huh.
I used to have a banana plant, and we get all 4 seasons here. And it was there at not this house, the other house I used to have. And they said, when it gets towards fall and winter, just dig it up, put it in a plastic bag, put it underneath your house for the winter. And I did. And I did that for years. And it would bring it back out and plant it, and it would grow, you know. And I don't know what the deal was with that. It would just go dormant or something.
Okay, well, there, Nikki just answered you. She said that they need about 14 hours of dark to induce them to bloom. They start the process in the short day season.
Thank you, Nikki, my friend.
I knew she would know.
Yeah. Okay. It's getting too much light.
Nikki knows her plants. She knows her soil. Like.
Yeah. Thank you, Nikki.
I am a baby compared to her.
Oh man, don't say that. But still, somebody had the answer. I need to move it. Because when it does bloom, and I'm not a plant person anyhow, but it is beautiful, man. It's a beautiful thing. And to think that it's been growing basically since the 50s, you know, when we've snipped pieces off and all those pieces live, you know, it's the same plant. So it's crazy. Like I said, she died in 1977, and we've kept this thing alive for forever.
Yeah, they're basically clones.
I guess.
They have those. That's kind of what they call them, or.
But they're still coming from the real plant, though.
Yeah, it's the original plant. It's just their babies. Well, succulents do that. I didn't realize that. Like, you can take your aloe and do the same thing, I think. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
Buddy. Just grab a piece of root of aloe vera and stick it in some dirt, and there comes a whole nother plant. I got a whole front porch full of aloe vera.
The only other plant I had going, and I actually accidentally let it die, was a food line pineapple. You know, you can chop the top off a pineapple, you know, a real pineapple, and then just plant it, and that thing's it'll grow, man. And mine got gigantic, man, over years, but I left it out last winter and it died. But
oh yeah. Hey,
what's
baby.
Up,
that's an easy one, actually.
Morning, Breezy.
A friend of mine had a pineapple growing in his apartment. He said, "Hey, man, come here." And I said, "What?" He said, "Look,
right here."
Down in the bottom of the pineapple was a little new pineapple.
Giant Christmas cactus.
Ooh, that's a Christmas cactus? That is a Christmas cactus.
And mine are starting to get, oh wait. Now, this is what kind of stirred me a little bit, Yorga. See, like right there's a new one, right here. And they're lighter, but on the ones that I broke off, they're getting, they're not green. They're coming up like weird little colors. So I think what's happening is, and this, I don't know how to verbalize what I'm saying, but I think your bigger one, the way that it's feeding and rooted and stuff, it's propagating itself where the other little ones, like, because when a piece will break off I'll throw it in. Like, look, see how these are kind of pinkish where it's growing up?
Yep.
And like that one too, if you can see that.
No, I can see.
And it's weird, but I think like the younger ones are like they're trying to expand, where the bigger ones get to a point where they're kind of trying to stay the same, maybe, you know?
That makes perfect sense.
See, I've
Wow.
never had a cactus.
Morning,
not a
Bill.
Christmas
cactus
cactus is, yeah, it's not really a cactus. It doesn't behave or look like a cactus. I don't, maybe
And
it
you
is
can't
one.
get-
I don't-
It's like the spikes aren't going to really hurt you or anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have one. Well, okay, I actually take that back. I was clearing this one house out for somebody, and they had a cactus that they had abandoned, and I brought it home and kind of forgot about it. It's still alive, though.
That would make a great band name, Abandoned Cactus.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those, what are they called? The long, tall ones that get really big.
That's one of those
Saw 'em
ones
when
that
we
will
went
hurt
to
you if you
Arizona.
touch it. Yeah. It's got the real spikes on it.
Well, I kind of forgot about it because I had to move it because I had it on an entryway table and people kept bumping into it. So that wasn't a good place for it.
I would have left it there, man. I swear I would have left it there. Just waited for people to bump into it and go.
The only house plant I haven't killed, because even though I can grow stuff outside, I suck at the indoor plants.
Right.
The only thing I can grow inside is an aloe because I only have to remember to water it like once a month or something.
That's like a cactus, right? And I mean, you know, similar to a cactus, I guess.
Oh, I did keep ivy alive, but ivy just doesn't die.
Man, no, ivy, you can't kill that shit, man. I've had it going up trees, a bunch of ivy that wraps around the tree and goes up, and I have to take a hatchet and cut like a section, like a foot long of no ivy. And then everything from there up dies, you know, because it's not connected to the bottom. That stuff is like, ugh. I like the way it looks.
Excuse me a moment. I'm going to visit the head. I'll be right back.
Okay. Anyway, that's all of Yorga's botanical garden stuff.
Okay, what you doing today?
Who?
Yeah, who are you talking to?
I think you, Bushido.
She was talking to me?
I think so.
I occasionally do.
I'm getting ready to go to sleep.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, and then I'm trying to wake up early so I can. It's
Day
like
schedule.
I gotta switch my schedule when I get off, you know. So it's kind of weird. It's I don't know if this would be really abstract for a lot of people, but you know, you work overnights during 3-4 days of the week, and then when you get off, you switch to a day shift, and then you have to switch back to a night shift to go back to work. It's different, you know.
You're preaching to the choir. I did 35 years of rotating shifts. 35 years of that shit. We do day work 4 to 12, then graveyards, and then back to day work for 35 years, man. So it's like you can never, ever feel normal, ever. Correct?
Yeah, and I mean, I've worked nights enough to where you figure out pretty early if you're a person that can do it or if you're a person that can't, you know.
Yeah, but it pays well.
Yeah, and I'm one of the people that can, but at the same time, it's like I notice as I get older, it's like just more of a pain in the ass, you know.
There's
with your circadian rhythm.
It does, exactly. And there's medical studies that you know apparently say that it's really bad for you. But I did it for 35 years. They paid me really good to do that shit. But man,
Some people can
tough,
handle it
man.
better.
Huh?
I've known guys who, I mean, they can sleep like a baby during the day. It doesn't bother them, you know. everything. My husband did it for a little while, and it totally wrecked him. Like,
Oh no,
I was
the sleep part and everything doesn't bother me. That part I can do. I naturally take to working nights is normal to me, but trying to function in the world, which is a day shift world, is where the conflict comes in. You know?
Yeah, you're exactly
yeah, 'cause
right.
people don't understand.
No, hell no, they don't understand. But it can have its advantages, because I would be like, I'd have these weird days off, like Tuesday, and I'd take my boat out on a Tuesday. There's nobody at the boat ramp, you know, and you go by a bridge and everybody's going to work and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, kiss my ass. But for the most part, you can never, it's just, graveyards were the worst. I hated those. And we did 7 at a time. We would do 7 and then off, and then 7 and then off, and then 7 then off. So we were
7
off
days?
7 days in a row. Yeah.
And you were off for 7 days?
No, hell no. That never happened. We worked. Yeah, I don't want to go through the whole thing, but at the most we'd be off at 3 days and then go back for 7. But most of them, one time it was only 1 day off. We'd do 7 4 to 12s, 4 in the evening till 12 at night, 7 of those, 1 day off, and then start graveyards, 7 12 to 8. And yeah.
Well,
and then we have a weekend off. Woo! We have 1 weekend off every month for 35 years. Yeah. But again, it paid well and it had good benefits, so it's like dumb to not do it, you know? That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You probably work nights too at times. Yeah.
Who, me?
No, rescue.
Oh, yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah. There was, I don't know, some of that time just felt like on months. Actually, around here for a whole year, pretty much just worked up to 20 hours a day, every day of the week for almost a year. It was
20 hours a day.
Oh yeah, there was only 3 of us that ran. Let's see.
That's unspeakable.
A 6-city system, communications lines and stuff. 6 different cities. 3 of us ran the whole thing. You were on. There was no such thing as being on call. You were always on call. It was just, you just went from one thing to another, to another, to another, to another, to another.
What? Oh, it's like
crap.
20 hours a day. How many days in a row?
Every day. Oh yeah,
How
just
do you-
every day.
How do you do that? You don't even have time to eat or anything, man. Shit.
Oh yeah, you just buy stuff by the boxes and you have them sitting in your seat and like in your backpack. That was back in my smoking days too. So there'd be like 3 cartons of cigarettes, because I knew when I walked out the door, I never knew when I'd go back in the door or get by a store.
Could you sleep a little bit while you were at work?
Oh yeah, shit yeah, dude.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I can't tell you how many little 30-minute naps I took, 30 foot up in
Power
the air
nap, yeah.
on a full lean back, just double strap in and going, yep, okay, I'm cool. Throw the over one. It's like there's people from that distance will think you're working or doing something. Just put the meter right here in front of you and prop it up and put your arms up. Sit there and do this. People look at you out there going, oh man, that dude's really working hard. And it's like, yeah, shut up and leave me alone.
Oh, the secret is, I got work. I went on a 4 to 12, 4 in the evening until midnight. It's 5:30, and my machine, if it's running good, it would vibrate. It'd be like, and it makes you kind of like just get sleepy. It was 5:30 on a 4 to 12, and the plant manager woke me up. He was going like this. He said, "Don't go to sleep on me, Gary." And that I forgot to do it, but the secret is, if anybody catches you sleeping, just say amen. So you were praying. I was just praying, man. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I was checking my eyelids for leaks.
Right. I was checking the back of my eyelids just now. Yeah, if you could sleep a little bit at work, that's actually doable. But I can imagine.
Well, that's a different mindset too, because now like doing plant work and then doing plant work and then plant firework type stuff, it just, you're just on constant movement. And you do that for like 7 days straight, off for 3, go back, do 7 days straight, off for 3.
Okay.
and shit like
That sounds slightly more manageable than the other thing.
Yeah, it does.
It's a little more routine. The other was just because this is what happens with bad management, and you're having to do a job that is literally the classic example of really need 20 people to do this one person.
Yeah, they should have hired more people. That's all there is to it. You're understaffed.
Yeah. And then actually one of the three actually left, and he went over to another system, same company, different system though. So he didn't have all that shit. It took me an extra year before I made that move. And finally I was like, he kind of has it made over there nowadays. Yeah, to hell with this shit. I'm going over there too. So I put in a transfer, and they're like, sure, come on over.
Damn, good for you.
Yeah, but I will say, couldn't figure out, it's like, that was a bad decision. I should have probably tried to stay working as long as I could. And But then I gotta say, man, with all the shit that's gone on, the last place I really needed to be was actually out with people in my face with some of this retarded way of thinking, because that would not have gone. I wouldn't have had my job very long.
But you know what? Having said that, when all this stuff first went down, and this young woman came over here, boy, this is already starting to sound like porno, isn't it? This young woman came over here from UPS to deliver me a package. And that's when everybody was freaked out, and she wasn't wearing a mask or anything, and neither was I. And I said, you could just put it on I had the bed of my truck, the tailgate down. So you can just put the package there. She said, I don't even care. And I said, you know what? I don't even care either. I said, but young lady, one day they're going to make a movie about people like you who are the heroes of this whole thing, which hasn't happened yet. But a lot of people were quite heroic about that whole deal. I never got really freaked out about it. I didn't want to get the vaccine, but I had to because of the band. And if it hadn't been for them, I wouldn't have got this shit. And I still got COVID after two shots. So I don't know.
It almost makes you think that it wasn't what they said it was for, huh?
It almost does now, doesn't it? It always seemed like a scam to me, man. But it was like, and this was during a time where they were saying that hospitals are overflowing and they're putting bodies in dumpsters and shit. I was like, damn, that must be some shit.
It was so funny too when they would use that term that the emergency rooms are at 90%, and it's like, if you talk to anybody that runs in hospitals, they always operate at 90% because in emergency, the ICU part gets shrunk down given no need for it.
Trump sent those hospital ships to LA and to New York, and they didn't even use the damn things.
Oh, yeah. It just sat out there.
Which was good, which is great. I'm glad they sat out there. But still, it's like, wait a minute.
Kind of like those body bags in Ukraine.
He was just trying to light a cigarette. It was going out. Of course, I'm not
body
sure
bags in Ukraine. I haven't seen that one.
I don't know how that smoking was going to go inside that body bag. I guess I was planning on breathing.
I did see that. That guy was smoking a cigarette. I did see that.
It's like it went out.
I'm sorry.
Better hope they don't have to retake this one a couple of times. Otherwise, you might suffocate in there and might be a real one.
And can you imagine? They probably paid that guy $15 a lady, pretend like he's dead, and he still had to burn one.
Actually, I will give him this. Probably what's sad is that dude probably did that so he wouldn't get shot in the leg and left over in that ditch to bleed out dead.
Ooh, maybe so.
Jeez. Yeah.
I mean, that's the reality of that life over there. Hey, what's
Wasn't
up?
it like the wind blew it or something?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of really good people, on both sides over there, but the governments are.
Homeboy wants a peace talk now.
It should be interesting.
If you believe that.
I don't know what to believe these days. Like,
I don't either. I don't either.
I see a variety of things, and that there's agendas everywhere. And I guess I've
Everywhere.
gotten so jaded when it comes to information that it's really hard to determine what's real and what's not.
Yep.
And things
that's
over there are
frustrating.
10 times more crooked than they are here. And it's
Well,
crooked
are-
here.
Are they though?
Are
dude? Really?
it's
I don't
all
know.
in perspective.
I guess. You know.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
good
over
point.
here is pretty freaking crooked.
That's why I view things like this. So they all have their own narrative. That's a given. And I say, yep, okay, every one of them's got a narrative. But now let's break this down. So which narratives are actually directed towards my way of life and my existence? Oh,
That's a
yeah, that's these right here. Okay, so maybe I pay attention more to these narratives. So that guy over there, sometimes the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
But what stings is that, and especially like, you know, the background I came from, and people a little older than me, they were just I don't want to say indoctrinated, but that's how we were raised. It's like you don't doubt your government, you know.
You're right.
You trust your government.
You're right.
But we've had to learn through a few decades of just we've either had really good or really bad years as far as seeing the truth goes, but the veneer has kind of washed off and it's ugly, you know.
Oh, that's right. To me, that's what
that was a great way of putting it, man. You're right.
That
And you're
4
right.
years
Exactly.
was the scab peeling off.
And now we're at this point, and this is where the cognitive dissonance and all this other stuff comes in, because we're halfway through the stream here, and we either got to change horses or we got to power through it. And there are people that they've gone so long carrying this shit around that even though they kind of know it's fake now, it's easier just to keep on carrying it, you know? And it's a choice everyone has to make, you know? But like, we've kind of been lied to this whole time. And I don't know if it was always like that historically. There was always things that we were up to that we didn't want the public to know about, of course, but to this magnitude, I don't know if it was always like this, but now it's to the point where nothing is what it seems. Nothing, none of it, you know? And it's a manipulation, and our government, I'm saying government, and I mean world government, not just our government, but government has been usurped by interest groups. And look at the World Economic Forum, and always there was Soros, and there's all these things influencing the outcome of our government. And I mean, just you could almost hit the brakes right on the pharmaceutical industry. Whatever they want, they get, you know. And by the way, just to give you an idea, so we have one famous comedian that slaps another famous comedian, and a famous show where they give away awards for whoever did the best song and dance on camera, right? You know, that show was primarily sponsored by a pharmaceutical company that was in the end stages of developing a medication for alopecia. And this whole thing stemmed around alopecia, and now everyone's saying, well, what is alopecia? You know, do you think that slap was real, or do you think that was a commercial for a drug that's just about to come out? They have to know there's a problem first, and then they come out with the solution. You know what I mean? And
do you
That's
mean
brilliant.
like all of those commercials now where, you know, people can get blood clots from just basically anything?
Yep. Got to try to start to hide the repercussions coming from the jacob.
Right. And I really think that whole thing was written into the script, I think, you know?
Oh,
Like-
that whole slap thing was so fake. I mean, it's either that or that dude is about the weakest ass individual, because to slap somebody when you're that much taller than somebody, that much size difference, and homeboy doesn't even sidestep. I'm
Well,
sorry.
man, size difference. Let me tell you, I met Will Smith. I actually, I hung out with him one day, and that's another story all on its own. But he's a big dude. He's got to be 6'3", and he's solid. You know, he's a strong dude too. I mean, he's a large guy. He's not little. You know.
Morning, Eric. Well, that's what I figured.
Still
Just
haven't watched that.
and that homeboy's just and it like no, and then that's the reaction you get is and it still smiles. No, thank you. Sorry, seen this shit for real too many times. That's so bogus.
Yeah.
No.
But
Go
yeah,
I wouldn't
figure.
want to be
I
stopped
didn't
by
know
this
that
man,
about the pharmaceutical,
for
though.
sure.
I'll say that was interesting.
It's a real beneficial coincidence for the generous donors that fronted the bill for the Oscars to be done, which, by the way, was the second lowest viewed Oscars in the history of the show, and that's with the drama stunt. I mean,
But how much money? And I know if it's coming from drug companies, it doesn't matter how much. It doesn't matter how much money. But to get Will Smith and whatever Chris Rock and all that, they had to be paid like big time to get that whole. It was like wrestling. It was a work, as they call it.
It's free advertising.
The work, yeah.
Well,
But
and
still.
if she's got the shit that they're working on, then it's also direct. You get the results direct because you're part. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what she has, his wife.
Right. But Bushido was just saying there's some new drug that's coming out for that alopecia or whatever. So that's how you get it, really, that word, that name out there.
Oh, she'll probably be the one doing the commercials for it here in about.
You're probably exactly right.
yeah, and she'll go, and have you ever been singled out for having alopecia? You all know I have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You all know I have. There I was at the Oscars.
I suffered right alongside of you. I had to cry into my millions at night, and when I went to sleep.
Give me some more money. Oh, this money's all wet. Yeah.
And,
yeah, I hadn't thought about it like that. That's an interesting take on it. Because I knew it was phony from the time I saw it, but I was like, why is it? Why did they? You're exactly right, I think.
yeah,
really.
that's definitely a good one.
With the way shit's going on right now, though, here's the funny part. I kind of sat back and I relaxed and I said, oh, that's just a good old honest fucking other people. Like here's the pharmaceutical company. Here's what they're sponsoring. Here's and I like that term, the work. Here's the work they wanted to throw in there. And okay, that makes perfect sense. Like nobody sucked the blood out of a kid, or you know what I mean? It's like the way shit is now. You're like, man, there's no limit to where it goes. And this was just an honest, like, literal soap opera, because soap companies used to run the soap operas back in the day, and
yes,
they would always write into the script how they were washing the clothes or the dishes or whatever, and they'd have to go, man, I'm glad I have this good ivory soap to wash the dishes with, because this will only take a minute now.
Product placement. Yeah. Product
If I'm not
placement.
mistaken, I think TV pretty much started on a commercial basis. Basically, it was the marketing is what was the drive, and then it became the artistic side after it kind of took off.
Yeah,
I think it was.
Well,
actually
it was. But Rescue, that's how the roads started. Also, no one paid for the roads back in the day either. Companies paid the roads.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Nobody fronted. It was when the interstate highway system started that they started using tax money to fix roads.
Well, I can say I could see that now that I kind of think about ours. The Wells Fargo, the stagecoach lines kind of set a lot of the traffic lines,
but a lot of those,
Wells Fargo
like I
kind
said,
of had to do their own stations and do their own shit.
A lot of those were buffalo trails. Just like where I live right now, air roads are like woo, like right around this area.
Well,
this
damn,
county.
Gary, you're kind of woo. So
I know, but they're old buggy trails. Is what they are.
Yeah.
Just buggy trails. Which probably start off with an animal trail or something. Yeah, they go all over the damn place. But
any city that's old, you go to the older parts of the city and you try to drive, and you're like, my God, what's wrong with this place? My car doesn't even fit in this road, and there's no garages, and everyone's parked on the side of the streets, and you're like, well, when they made that, nobody had a car, and everybody lived off of a canal, we have, and it doesn't make any sense now,
We have
like in a buggy, I'm sure the turns are perfectly manageable, but in a car going 50 miles an hour, it's like the Autobahn or something,
We have cobblestone streets here to this day. Cobblestone.
Oh man, I miss cobblestones so much.
They last forever, man. It's like the greatest road ever. It's just bumpy,
Yeah.
But
I actually, when I grew up, man, the guy who owned the house that we lived in, there was an extension put on it in the 50s, and the guy was some kind of racketeering guy that was involved in like, you know, the construction world or whatever. Well, he scored a bunch of cobblestones when they were removing the cobblestones and paving the roads.
Yeah.
And the whole back patio and knee knocker walls that was in the back of that house was all cobblestones from the street that built it. You know, that brownstone looking stuff.
Yeah.
And oh man, it was so cool. I grew up with that stone. Like, I don't know, man. It's a lot of people bond with wood, and I do too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, wood does there is a property to wood that I like, especially like you know, the darker woods and stuff. But stone is really like what I'm drawn to. I'm really drawn to stone. Something about it, man.
It ain't going nowhere. No time soon. I mean, it lasts forever.
It's timeless.
That's it.
Yeah, and something else I was going to say real quick. Where I live at is where I have never been to Europe, but if you go to Europe, everything over there is like thousands of years old. You know, any built structure or whatever. Over here, nothing is older than like 400 years. You know?
Oh God, 200. I mean, really?
Well, okay, but where I live, Virginia is where it all kind of started. So everything around here is named after England. It's like the dumb folks couldn't come up with new names. Everything is Isle of Wight, Norfolk, Richmond, Suffolk, freaking, you know, and then they came up with New England and all that, you know, we'll call it New England. You know, I mean, come on, man. But yeah, so where I'm at is the oldest of the old. The oldest of, there's a place here called Bacon's Castle that was, what was that guy's name?
Roger Bacon?
No, it was like
Francis Bacon.
Francis Bacon. I think he invented bacon or something, right? But Bacon's Castle is here, and that goes back to like 1760 or something. Yeah, way back then.
Way back.
Dude, Roger Bacon was the shit, man. Roger Bacon was a I think he might have been a Jesuit or whatever. He was like a monk, and he was the one. And doesn't it always happen this way? As Europe started getting the secret of gunpowder, he sat there in a monastery and drank a bunch of booze and messed around with this gunpowder and said, "Oh shit, we can make cannons with this," you know. And then later, everyone's killing each other, and it's all because some religious guy was like, "Well, I'm trying to find the capabilities of this using the limited science we have access to," and then everyone starts dying from cannons later, you know. Like,
but that's
isn't that every
true, though, isn't it? That's actually true, isn't it?
Like every invention ever was somebody that said, "Man, this is a good idea. I hope no one uses it for bad," you know.
No, but it comes from alcohol and being alone. I used to like get really drunk and go out in my garage after midnight, and then I'll wake up the next day and go out there and there'll be all this shit laid out, like ready to be welded up, and I'm like going, was I trying to make a robot or what, man? I don't remember. But I'm sure it was a great idea at the time.
Well, there is something about that.
I don't know what else.
It's a good idea.
Certain types of deprivation will do it too. Like, you know, if you have a lot of time to yourself, and you can tell, if I read a book, I can tell how social the author is, you know?
Wow.
By how deep the book goes, you know?
Like, if it's deep, then they're not social.
Well, or they spend times, because introspection is something that happens with lack of human contact, you know?
That's me. I'm like, super loner. Yeah.
Right. And you don't put the magnifying glass on yourself until you run out of other people to put the magnifying glass on, you know?
Very good point, honestly. Because if I think about it, I had barely any introspection when I was very active with other people. But now that I'm on the farm, I think a lot.
See?
I just don't.
I've always been a loner, though. I've always been. Ever since I was a kid, I've been a loner. That's just how it is. So, okay.
See, I don't have introspection anymore. I don't have introspection anymore because now that milkmaid is inside of my body, I'm never alone, you know?
Now, what do you call it? Introspection?
Right, like an introvert, but...
Okay. So like a self-reflect.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means.
Yeah.
Intro means self, and
See, there's another one of them word things. Like I grew up with self-reflect. I thought that was cool. Why couldn't we just stick with that? So now what? We've created a whole nother terminology for it. Shit.
Probably so. It's
It's just
2022.
those moments when I feel like I'm waking up and I'm gonna be told what episode I'm in.
We have new words for everything now.
well, it's
I know.
actually not even really new words. What happens is when somebody tries to when someone takes a scientific approach to something, they take something like self-reflection and then they throw the same term in Latin and suddenly it's official, you know?
El Cetro Petro.
And man, it's like it should happen. I guess my head.
Yeah,
was just
if you
stuck
put
down
Latin on it,
doing
yeah,
the
it's definitely
thing.
official then. That's a
Raised
good
up, and it's like, wait a minute. So this is how everything. This is. Oh, wow.
Nom de plume.
And then if you really want to get fancy, you'll use Greek, because I notice Greek pops up sometimes too.
Or Hebrew. Greek or Hebrew.
Oh man, that takes me back. Like when I was a kid, one of the things that we learned, because we were homeschooled and stuff, we had to do Greek and Latin roots, and that actually really helped later on. And then I did medical terminology. And if you learn medical terminology, you can understand any freaking word in the medical field.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's great.
Yeah, because my brother and I, we were kind of latchkey kids, and we pretty much were just like savages in the house by ourselves all the time, you know. And my mom was working, 60 hours a week and going to medical school, so like, we never really saw her, but she had all these like state-of-the-art medical textbooks. And it's like the anatomy books with all the transparencies where you could see like the endocrine system and then this and that, and we just grew up reading those, and I thought that was normal, because like, man, if we had Nickelodeon or the Cartoon Channel, we would have just been the biggest idiots on earth, but we didn't. So we started like ripping through medical journals and reading those,
But now that they do, they are. Morning, Sister Marie. How are you?
But yeah, that pretty much means you're going to learn Latin if you're going to do that,
Good for you.
Hey, Sister
No
Marie.
shit.
Well, see, it was that way with my
You
my
don't
mom.
even have to like.
She always exposed me to music, art. It was always discovery, nature. It's like shit, man. I don't know. For decades, I had every episode, I think, of National Geographic from like 1958 or some shit, 1960 on up.
With the
Man.
topless ladies in Africa. I remember those.
And still have boxes of them left around. Because that was the cool stuff. It was like the discovery, and you kind of discovered with everybody else. But my mom encouraged that. It was like,
But it was a beautiful magazine though. That was, every page was just like, you know what I mean? Like, remember how good Life
it was
magazine
real discovery, because it was like, okay, nobody's really been over here like ever that we know.
But every
of.
picture
So
was
we're
every
here
picture
and
was
take pictures
magnificent.
of it. And
Yeah.
it was captured. It was like, oh wow.
Yeah.
The
It was- and
photos are
that's-
what got me.
Yeah.
The one-
Oh man, that was like that would just inflame your imagination. I mean, you just could just like dive into those. It was just like, oh wow.
We had Look. Remember that magazine, Look?
Yes, I do.
We had Life, and we
Oh,
had
yeah.
National Geographic, and I can't think of any others that were big back then.
Oh, Popular Mechanics.
Popular
Well, it's funny.
Mechanics, yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
There was always a Time magazine
Oh, that was
around,
a
and
good
everyone
one, too.
just assumed Time magazine was the authority on what was.
And then,
What a leftist
Yeah.
rag that thing is now. Holy shit.
and their photos, all of those photos were magnificent. And I remember when the change came, and I'm going to go on cam for just a second. Whoops, I can figure it out how to do it. The change came when People magazine came out in the early 80s. It was People. And there was USA Today, and then everything just started. It was like a landslide of those mainstream ones that we
And you had
relied
the
on.
Inquirer.
Well, I love the Inquirer. Yeah, that was always around, man. Hey, dingoes ate
Inquiring
me,
minds wanna
baby.
know.
Yeah, shit like that. Dingoes ate me, baby. But yeah, I love the Inquirer too. And there was New World. New World News, World News.
Yeah, in the grocery store when you were in line, you could read about Bat Boy while you were waiting for your turn.
Yes, yes, I love that shit. God, I love those. I bought every one of them.
This is what's funny though, is to see we would see that, and it's like you knew that it was kind of bullshit. So you just kind of, it was a fun.
But you had to buy it. You knew it was bullshit, but you had to buy it, though.
Here we are in 2022, and that same shit now is like a reality.
It's all fact, man.
And it's
like, kind of funny because
shit, how did we get here? No, wait, back up. This is like bullshit.
Yeah, I pretty much
there
always
is a bad boy living in a cave in Tennessee.
Yeah. I pretty much always knew somebody deployed, so I would get magazines, and I would get kind of off the wall magazines like Juxtapose and 40 in Times and stuff like that. That kind of visual.
I know what 14 Times is. Yes. How about? I don't mean to interrupt you, but how about Fate? They used to have Fate magazine. Remember that one?
Yeah, I remember those too. 40 in Times was my favorite though. Man, I loved, and it didn't come out. It was like, was it quarterly? I think.
Yeah, it wasn't every month. It was like quarterly, I think. Yeah, 14.
And it was out of Britain, so it was kind of expensive. But man, I loved that. Was my favorite magazine because it was before the internet. If you wanted to read stupid stories about, cryptozoology or like out of body experiences and shit, like you had to go that way. But it got into like alternate archaeology and forbidden archaeology and stuff like that too. All the cool shit was always in there.
Because it was named after what was the guy's name? His name was Fort, right?
Yeah, Charles Fort, I think.
Charles Fort. That's why it's called 14. But he was into ancient archaeology, UFOs, Bigfoot, everything that you can throw out there that interests people like me. And so that they grouped it into a thing called 14s or you know what I mean.
That's why I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. Charles Fort. That's right. You're right, man.
But I always knew somebody that was deployed pretty much at any given moment, So I would get these magazines, I'd read them, let anybody I know read them or whatever. And then I would just mail them to whoever I knew that was deployed because I was like, well, I know they don't have these, But then I would always grab one of those Bat Boy rags and throw it in the box before I would send it off, just to be stupid.
Shit, yeah. Do you know how special that was when they got it when they were in Vietnam or whatever, man? Hell yeah.
With these knuckle draggers, though, they would always ask about that. They'd never ask about these really cool magazines I sent. They'd always go, man, send more of those stupid Bat Boy magazines.
We need more bullshit.
Yeah. Because, guys would take them to the shitter and read while they were taking a crap or whatever, I don't know.
Because some people, their attention span is like 9 seconds, So they're going to go for the Bat Boy story.
Yeah, go figure. And that's the future, The future is like, the guys buying all of our farmland and telling us we're all going to eat insects and they're going to kill all of us but 500 million. And the other part of me is like, I kind of want that too, but I just I want to do it for different reasons, like, because dude, most of the people, like if you get on a bus, right? And there's 50 people on the bus, like 40 of those people are so dumb that I can't even have a conversation with them. And I don't mean dumb as in like low of intellect. What I mean is like, I don't mean low of intellect, but what I mean is like, they've never tested their minds, So they just believe whatever they're told. They just keep going every day. And they usually are actually doing pretty good, right? Like they'll get in some job laying no wax floor and they'll stay with that job for 40 years,
Later, have a good day.
It's what's called a useless eater.
Yeah. And they never question anything and they'll believe whatever you tell them. And it's like, I got nothing in common with those people anymore. I can't even talk to them, and I'm nice to them, like, hi and bye and all that stuff. But like, that's where it ends, and it's like, man, God help these people. But you know what? They've been making a killing. Those are the people. The reason why there's so many of them right now is because those are the people that get by today,
Yeah.
Like the people that ask questions, they get a harder time than the people that don't ask questions. Like the reward goes to the person that just looks down and keeps pulling their plow, you know?
Yeah.
What's scary? It's scary to me, honestly, because asking questions is no longer acceptable. Like if you have a doctor, say, and they're looking at their patients dropping left and right from something that is being pushed a whole lot.
Morning,
If you don't ask questions, you know, then you're fine. But if you start asking questions, or you start saying, well, this drug works or that drug works in Minecraft world, then all of a sudden you're ostracized, your medical license is threatened. It doesn't even matter how many accolades or accomplishments that you've had, or, you know, you're standing within the community, the medical community, you're done. Like they'll find trash on you and they'll trash you, and you have to go along with the narrative. And that's the same almost in every field, honestly.
Well, how about in June or July, you pretty much light fire to a quarter of the city, and then, I don't know, in January the following year, all of a sudden, if you're waving a flag, well, now you're going to jail and you don't have to even answer for due process or any law. Go figure.
Well, and then you have to go further and start thinking, well, why is that? And then you get to your media. It just reminds me of that movie V for Vendetta. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. What was the guy's name? Fawkes?
Guy Fawkes.
Guy Fawkes.
Yeah, Guy Fawkes.
But the Guy Fawkes, he was in the 1600s. I mean, like the real one.
True.
Well,
that actually was with Cromwell and all that shit.
Well, that's why remember the 5th of November, and then the bonfires.
That also, like a little stupid history thing. That's why, you know, during that war that was pretty much started because of that stuff, the army went with Cromwell and the Navy stayed with the Queen. And that's why it's the British Army and it's the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines, because they kept their royal term and the army never got it back because of the time that they turned on them.
No shit.
Yeah.
Man,
See,
you're a
I love
story.
these history.
What do you know about the gates of Thermopylae, my friend?
I know a lot about it, actually. What do you want to know about it?
Now that you bring it in.
I was just like, wow, man, I'm going to probe this guy, man. Well, that didn't sound correct. I did.
We need a history wheel.
No, I love it. I love that stuff. The hot gates.
Yeah. There wasn't just 300 of them. There was actually 10,300.
There was.
But whatever.
There was.
Who's counting, you know?
There was Athenians, right? Athenians with them.
Yeah, and I forget the other. There was some big contributors that were from some of the city states that, like, I forget what they were now. At one point,
I do too, but they were all out of Greece. Yeah, it was about 13,000 of them, but still.
Yeah, and the funny part is now, if you look at it today, and an easy way to do it, if you use Google Earth, you can go to the Street View and see it. You know,
I have. Yeah, I have.
But they built a road right through the battlefield.
And I know they did. The sons of bitches. But the sea has changed. The sea used to be a lot closer,
right?
And now it's like way out further. So yeah, I want to go there bad, man. I want to go there bad, but I don't know how I'm going to feel walking through that place because I mean there was so much carnage that happened. Ugh.
I want to actually see the hot gates. Is what I want to see.
That's what I'm talking about, right there at the gates of Thermopylae, the hot gates.
Right. Well, there's where the battle happened, but then there's up where the actual, like the seers were in the actual springs, you know? And that would be cool.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
That's what I'm saying. I got a passport now.
Morning, Tony.
I got a passport and I got some money.
Yeah, my passport just expired.
Yeah, I've never had one before. I got one because I thought my band was going to be playing on cruises and we didn't, and I quit and got fired at the same time. Anyway, it's a long story. But I got a passport. It's brand new. Hey, what you were just saying, if you don't mind me speaking for a second, about just the general population is dumb. I'll try to make this not mean or anything, but when I was 26, I was like a failure from trying to be famous. I had the hairdo bands and everything, and I had no income, and I joined the flipping Navy, man. I said, screw it, man. Let's go in the military. And I did, you know, you got all your hair cut off and everything, and I went into boot camp, and believe it or not, after about 4 days, which the first 4 days sucked, I actually liked boot camp. I mean, I was with that one weirdo that actually liked that shit, man. But the realization I had was, and I was always like got C's in school, you know, I was always a C guy. I wasn't an A student. No one to flunking out. I was just in the middle, you know. I was not smarter than anybody else or anything, you know, just a regular guy.
Well, those are typically the people that are the most successful in life. Did you know that?
No shit. That's what I'm saying. All right, we had to have 80 guys in our company, and I was actually with the musicians and the singers and all that. So it's called triple threat. If you've ever been in boot camp, you know what that is. I auditioned and they hired me. And so it took longer to get our company together, but it's 80 guys in a company. And in a company, yeah. And I realized that everybody there was like so much dumber than me. It was like, I felt like a genius. It's like somebody took a scoop and scooped up from the United States 80 different young men and put them in this one place to live and sleep and everything, and everybody's a dumbass, you know. And I immediately like went up through the ranks. I'm just regular, man. It was an eye opener, man. I swear, man.
Well,
it was like
you joined the Navy, right?
I did go in the Navy, yes.
Okay. Explain.
Great Lakes, great mistakes. Navy stands for never again volunteer yourself.
Well, kind of the same story. Like they would in Marine boot camp, they would be like, okay, we need you to get your Alice packs out, and you need to fill 2 canteens, and you got to bring a poncho and bring 3 pairs of extra socks. And I would, you know, about an hour later, when the drill instructor would walk away, I'd look at people and I'd go, all right, man, so we're gonna be walking somewhere tomorrow, and we're gonna get our feet wet. And they'd look at us and go, or look at me and go, did you see the paper? Did you see a schedule or something? And I'm like, no, but this is the shit that they told us to bring.
That's
like,
exactly
why do you
what
think
I'm
we would be
talking
bringing
about,
that?
man.
You know? And,
the funniest, I'm sorry, but the funniest one is, you know, in the Navy, you got that Dixie cup, that stupid looking freaking hat, you know? And you flip it around, and on the inside, you stencil your name on the inside. So when the flap goes up, it's just white all the way around, but your name's in there, you know? And if you got it wrong, they made you put a line through it and then do it again, but you still had to wear it, right? So there were some dumbasses in there that put it on the wrong side, so it was sticking out, had their name on it with a big line going.
Oh, that's hilarious. Did you ever go to Australia with the Navy?
Oh shit, no. I don't know if I wish I would have or not, but no, I didn't go there. No.
Oh, okay. So I'm not going to tell you the Dixie Cup story then.
You could tell me, no, not the 2 girls in a Dixie cup.
No. It's I was in the Marine Corps, and I had to ask these guys because you're pulling in, and I forget what port it was. There's only really 2 major ports in
Sydney,
Australia that we go to. But these Navy dudes would take their old raggedy Dixie cups, you know, and they would just throw them off the ship, you know. And I was like, what the hell are you guys doing? But when they would because they would fly people onto the flight deck, you could prearrange hotel rooms and stuff, right? And so like with us in the Marine Corps, if you could show them that you had a hotel room, you could stay out the whole time. But if you didn't, you had to go back to a formation every night. And you're like, well, fuck that. I'm not going to get a hotel room for no other reason than to just not have to come back, you know?
Plus, you got a load of money, man. You ain't spending money on anything. Shit, yeah, I'm getting a hotel room.
So I got stuck on ship's company because of some little bullshit I got into in Thailand. I kind of got in trouble a little bit. And I got to know these Navy guys on ship's company. It was the best thing that ever happened to me, man. My favorite time ever on a deployment on a ship was when I was on punishment on ship's company because they had it so much easier than we did. You know, I was like, oh, you want me to chip some paint? Fine, I'll chip some goddamn paint. I'll do it all day, you know? And like, you know, it was like, yeah, you put coveralls on. I was like, fuck, I don't have to iron a uniform. I just put these coveralls on and walk around. I was like, God, this is great, you know? And I later went into the Navy and I hated it because I wasn't in that Navy. I ended up in a different Navy with a bunch of suck dicks, but whatever. So I asked these sailors, because I doing the ship's company, I got to know a few of them pretty well. And I said, what's the deal with the hats, man? And he's like, oh, yeah. See, when we go here, we throw our hats off with our hotel room written on them, and the ladies will come and they'll pick up one of them and they'll just go there. So they would go and they'd go to their hotel room and they'd sit there, they'd get a case of beer and some food, and they'd sit down and they'd drink, and eventually someone would knock on their door and they didn't know what they were going to get until they opened the door.
You never know.
Christmas, maybe.
It's like a box of Cracker Jacks. That surprises in there.
You never know what's in a box of chocolates.
I just thought I was like, man, that's a little careless, my friend.
Hey,
you know.
All right,
just
can I
a
say
little
something?
bit.
When I was in the Navy, I got in trouble too. And they put me in legal hold. You know what legal hold is? Well, let's just say it's not quite the brig, but it's like one click from the brig, I guess, legal hold. And it was the best, like you said, it was the best time I had the whole time I was in the flipping Navy, man. They gave me a cubicle that I could look out the window and see the mountains in Mexico and shit. It was, I mean, it was like, wow, this is good, man. I was in there for like 3 months, and they gave me in charge of the people the guys that would clean our barracks every day, the janitorial. You know, I was just like, wake up, see who's AWOL, see who's not, do muster, you know, and go and y'all go clean the showers, and I go back to bed, man. No kidding. Yeah, it was freaking like great. Legal hold. When I got in trouble was when it was fun.
Yeah, it changed, man. It's not the same.
You know, I watched a thing about, and you're a Marine, but I watched where I went to Great Lakes, okay, for boot camp. And just lately, I've watched a thing about what is that like now? And man, they're giving them sweatshirts and sweatpants and stuff, you know, where we were like, you know, they're hitting you in the ass with a broom and going, get in there, man.
Oh, yeah, can't do that shit no more. They'll pull out their little hurt my feelings card.
It's all like, it's like a sleepover now, man. And the first time I was there, I got there like 10:30 and we had to go through a bunch of shit, you know, and I was like, okay, whatever. Finally went to bed, 4:30 in the morning, a trash can was coming flying down through in between all the books. And I was like, oh, this is going to be good, man. 4:30 in the morning.
There's a guy on YouTube.
That shit. I love that shit, though.
There's a YouTuber that he pretends that he's in the Navy and he really isn't. That's why I can't say his name, because I don't want to drop bombs on somebody like this. But it's a guy, he kind of creeps out a lot of the girls, and it's not me.
Hope it ain't me.
But he said that when he was in Navy boot camp in the early 80s, that all the whatever the word for drill instructors. See, I never went to Navy boot camp, so I don't know what they're called.
Company commander, CC.
There you go.
Commander.
Yep. Said all the CCs would step on their fingers and break them while they were in boot camp. And I was writing them, and I was going, well, that would be totally unproductive for the Navy. Why would they do that? And he was like, no, well, see, you're not as high of a level as I was. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, have you ever heard of a security clearance? And I'm like, that's not a job, dumbass. That's a thing you get to do a job, you know?
Yeah.
And the guy had no idea what he was talking about. And he's still out there telling people that he did secret computer stuff for the Navy. So,
I hate that shit. They didn't do anything. They would never do anything. I was in there in, I can tell you, exactly October of '86 is when I went in. and they couldn't hit you or anything like that. I mean, really, they couldn't do it unless it was like, you know, you knew they were just playing around or something. Like,
they would in the Marine Corps though. That shit was like
and back
off
in the
the chain.
60s, in the 60s and the 50s, they'd knock your teeth out, man. You know, but they could. By the time I got there in '86, they couldn't do that. So we had these pool tests, right? And I flunked every swimming lesson I ever had, but I'm a great floater. I float, you know, I could tread water for years, and literally, I'm positively buoyant. And some guys would just go in and sink. You know, there was a test to see how long you could tread water. You had to do it for 10 minutes. I could have done it for 10 hours, man. And so the guys outside noticed that I'm like just like I'm like in somebody's living room, just. And they take this pole, stick it on my head, and kabloosh me down, kabloosh, you know, and I come back up, and I'm just so all of them, there's like 5 different guys on the outside. They were just because other people are drowning in shit, and they just kept on hitting me on the head and go boo. So anyway.
I know in the Army in the early 80s, you could still get thumped on.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's not discouraged. That was back when you just
and the Lord of the Flies stuff was like the recruits arranging shit on themselves was kind of fostered too. You know,
I don't know what you mean.
Like blanket parties and stuff like that.
we had the ninja raid in the. Remember those shower shoes they gave you in boot camp?
Yeah.
We had them plastic ones. You'd be sleep, and sleep is a commodity when you're in boot camp, man. I mean, sleep and food is the 2 main things, man. You know, and you'd be sleeping in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden you hear the door open, and you hear this clap, 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 and shower shoes coming in. It'd be like 6 guys from the other company, or from across the hall, and they had the black ski mask. And they would just come in and beat the living hell out of one guy. You know, it was like a mafia hit. They just come in. And he was man, I wonder what he did. And then they run back out and they're gone. It was a ninja raid is what we called it.
That was blanket party action, and that was
the same thing, blanket party.
Anybody bringing the squad down, you got to pay up. You need to suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah, I got into it with some guys in my platoon in boot camp because they were a bunch of suck dicks, and they were doing shit like they were stealing stuff from other guys and switching it with their fucked up stuff, and I caught them doing it. And I should have told on them, but I didn't, but I just told them, I was like, you need to stop doing this shit or we're gonna have problems.
That deserves a ninja raid. That deserves a ninja raid.
I was like, if you guys don't stop doing this, we're going to have problems. And then they were like, oh, yeah. And then they started focusing on me solely. Right.
Oh,
well, they tried to do a blanket party on me, but the names went in alphabetical order. And my rack mate was this guy named Thorne. And he was this ginormous, fucking scary, big, enormous motherfucker from Baltimore.
Was he on the top or on the bottom? Was he on the top?
I don't remember. Actually,
you said rack mate. I know what you mean.
Every time we'd lose somebody, we would have, because I was on the very end, the way my name is. And whenever we lose somebody, it would move one over. You know what I mean? Because we had this whole squad. We had like almost 90 people in the beginning, and we had like 32 people when it was over.
We had 80.
Every bunk has to be filled in order.
Yeah, right. So sometimes he would be on the top and sometimes I'd be on the top. And, there was one time, which was really cool, when we had the huge inspection, I had a ghost rack. At the end, I had a ghost rack. So I made the top rack and and then I just slept on the empty mattress on the bottom with my poncho liner. And I had the best looking fucking shit ever, man, because I didn't have to make my bed when I woke up,
Always. That's what I did too.
But yeah, these guys would come to kick my ass, and that dude would wake up, and he would get up, and he'd be like, "Man, if you guys don't leave, I'm gonna beat all your asses." And then they would just look at him, and they'd get punked out, and they'd go back to bed, you know. But he was always telling me, he was like, because I was helping him because he was kind of dumb, you know, and I was helping him pass all the mental shit, you know, like the testing and all that stuff, you know. And I was kind of trying to help him because you know how there's ways you can trick yourself into learning stuff. Like, you know, you find something that something reminds you of. So like, you know, like, yeah, anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Like when we were just talking about,
bodyguard too, man. A big bastard that likes you. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So like, and dude, everybody, well, not everybody, but the suck dick mafia, the guys that were kissing the drill instructors' asses, they had it in for me by the time it was over. And, he kept them away, and I made sure he passed all the tests, you know, and like we had a good little symbiotic relationship going on.
Yeah. Good.
But it was real funny too, man, because they started getting into my stuff and stealing my shit, right? So they'd fuck their boots up, and I was really good at shining boots. I could put a mirror on a set of you know, combat boots, you know. Are
we talking about Navy?
In the Marine Corps.
Okay, because we had the Boondockers.
Yeah, that's I missed out on all that stuff in the Navy. Like
it's a little bit different.
Actually, my daily, I wore suede combat boots when I was in the Navy. So like it's like you couldn't shine them at all if you wanted to, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, fuck, man, I forgot where I was going with that. But anyway, they would steal my shit. That's right. Well, then I found out that they were getting cans of shoe polish sent to them with tobacco in it, like dip, you know. So I started going through their shit, and I would steal their shoe polish tins with tobacco, and I would give it to guys in the other platoons, and they would give me shit. So I would give them a couple of their cans of tobacco, and they would give me a new pair of boots that they stole from somebody, you know? And I would be like, I'd set the new pair of boots down and look at them like, look, motherfuckers, like you thought you had me, but look, I got a new pair of boots and you paid for it, dipshit, you know?
Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, right.
Do you know, when I was in boot camp, I was the mail call guy. I was the guy, the mail PO or whatever. I had a little crow and shit. And because we were we were company something 942 division 24. So we were one company, and this building was humongous, and there was all sorts of other companies there, but we had a quarterdeck right in the middle. So if I was the male PO for air division or air company, then there was a main male PO for the whole division, right? And this guy was crooked as shit. He was from New York. I was fair as fuck about, man. When I got all the mail, I'd put them separated alphabetically, and then I'd take my mail, and I'd a helper, and I'd take my mail and his mail, and we'd put it last, and then go alphabetically through everything and go do mail call. And it was just a fair way to do it. And then when we're done doing that, we go open air shit. And I said, there's no fairer way to do this, you know? But the guy that was doing it for the whole division was crooked as hell. If he thought there was cookies or something, they'd open it up and eat them right there in his office. I'm like, man, that's fuck. We almost got in a fist fight over that shit, man. That was fucked up as hell. Excuse me, that was a good burp. But yeah, that's messed up. And it was like a thing, you know, just like, we've got this, like a scam, you know. It's like, man, don't do that shit. Somebody's mom made cookies to send to you so you could share with your pals, but the guy in the mail room is the one that's eating them all and laughing about it.
See, if that happened in the Marine Corps, man, they would have killed that guy. I mean, they would literally would have killed him. There was a dude who
there would have been an accident.
That is a death penalty, I do believe.
Well, no. I'll give you a story to prove exactly what I'm talking about. This was in SOI and not boot camp, but it's kind of the same thing, you know. But a guy got sent something, and I forget what it was, man. imagine cookies, but something a little better than that. You know,
Milkmaid, would that be French milk chocolate with those Reese's? Anyway, go ahead, Bughead.
But he got sent something like that, and he ate some of it, and then he set the rest of it in his little Foot Locker thing, and then he forgot about it. Like he let it sit there for a day. When he got back to it, it was gone. So somebody went in and took it, right? And they ate it. Well, they figured out who it was by process of elimination, and they beat the guy with cable locks. And that dude, he left, and I never saw him again. Like they beat him bad enough that he was in the hospital for the rest of the training, you know?
Good.
And they never asked who did it. Like that was the part that I thought was weird. It was like they knew what was up, you know?
How fucked up is that though, man? So, you know, you miss home, your mama sends you some cookies, and the asshole that's 100 feet away from you eats them all and you don't even know that she sent them. You know, that was the shit I was dealing with. I was like, man, that's a load of bullshit, man.
But I was just imagining if it happened at the top like that, how mad people would be. But I know what happens when it happens at the bottom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it happens at the top, but it's usually on bottles of whiskey or bourbon.
Yeah, it ain't cookies.
And they don't really know it because they get enough that they don't really even notice that they didn't get that part.
Well, that's how, if you're sending booze to someone deployed, how you do it is you don't send a bottle, you send two.
That's it.
And then they get one of them, you know?
Pay your way.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I've sent booze to so many different countries, man. Oh my God.
Really? Because they had that thing about liquids.
Right. Well, that's all anybody ever wants, you know?
Okay.
If you're like, hey, little Johnny, you're in Syria. How you doing? What do you want? Can you send some booze? You know, like, yeah, it's freezing. I got frostbite on my toes. It sucks. There's no water. There's no working plumbing. Can you send some booze? You know, it's like, yeah, I could do that.
Wow. Yeah, boot camp was fun, man. I swear. I was the one guy who loved boot camp. And I was at Great Lakes in the wintertime.
That would have sucked. I didn't mind boot camp too much. Like
I loved it. God,
the first phase kind of sucked. The first phase was all physical. It was nothing but like running and working out in the Marine Corps. But after that, it kind of chilled out a little. And yeah, I didn't mind it. And there were people that were just losing their shit, man. And like, you know, like, yeah, I could tell they were at their limit, if you know what I mean. Like, this was the maximum of their human ability. You know, then they were going to carry this shit around with them for the rest of their life. And I was just like, man, this is fucking nothing, you know?
They shouldn't have signed up, man. I mean, it wasn't, I've always been a kind of a small person. I'm kind of skinny. I'm weighing like 150 pounds, you know? So all the running and shit was nothing really for me. It wasn't like I'm an athlete or nothing like that, you know? But, every night, and again, this was in Waukegan, Illinois, and we had windows, but they were way up high. And you couldn't look out them, and they were that tempered glass kind of shit that wasn't clear anyway. Every single night, you'd see those red lights flashing around, where some dumbass had gone up on the top of the building and tried to commit suicide, and they landed in a mud puddle, and they don't even have a scratch or anything. You know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, damn, man. And people going over the fence. We had this pipe, a big, I don't know what it was for, steam or whatnot, but it was insulated pipe up next to one of the fences. And that pipe was just smashed and smashed and smashed from guys that were jumping up on top of that thing and going over the fence.
That's funny.
And I was like, I ain't doing that shit. Fuck, I'm going to be out of here in a couple of months, man. I mean, but it was like being in prison, though. I mean, it was like that. But,
They gave you a speech when you first got to Parris Island because they were like, okay, for safety reasons, we got to tell you this, you know, and they're like, if you look around, you know, one of you guys is going to get the idea that you're going to escape and you're going to go back home. So now we're obligated to tell you that you're on an island in a swamp. So the only way to get back is the bridge, you know? And if you walk on the bridge, they're going to see you and they're going to get you. If you try anything else, the alligators are going to eat you and will find your body like 3 months later. And they were like, we're just so tired of people doing this that we're just going to start telling you about it, you know, before it even happens.
I heard that was a tough place there, man. Yeah.
It's really, you know, the whole time I was there, I was going, this is it. This is it.
Really?
That's all I remember from that place. That you know, you'd hear all the stories, man, and I would go and I would do it. And then when it was over, I was like, that's it. Like, that was what I heard about for 3 years before I did this, you know? Well, whatever. But I don't know, man. Some people were broke off by it, you know? So I don't know. And I wasn't the most physically, like, gifted person that was there either, you know? But it's like, whatever. I don't know.
I got a brother that's 4 years older than me, and when he was out of high school, he joined the Navy. And they flew him out to This is a funny story. They flew him out to San Diego. He's on the other side. We're from Virginia, man. He's on the other side of the country. You know, he's 18 years old, whatever. Finds the USO place or whatever at the airport, you know, and figures out, all right, Airbus is going to pick us up here. And it was a bunch of Marine recruits and a bunch of Navy recruits that were all just kind of together, like waiting for their bus to show up. He said the Marine bus showed up, the door opened, and it said Marines on it, you know, so the kids who were going to be a Marine, you know, they start walking up to him, and a broom came flying out and went pow and hit one of the kids. And this drill sergeant comes out and says, sweep this bus out right now, you know, and all the Navy guys are going, whoa, fuck, what have we done, you know? The Marine bus takes all the Marine guys. The Navy bus shows up and the door comes open. They're waiting for a broom to come flying out of it. And it's just some fat guy up in there going, what are you waiting for? Get in, man.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I love San Diego, man. Whenever I went down there, that was the only time I didn't like it was when I'd have to go to Coronado. And
I know where that is.
I went to fucking SEER school down there, and that was like the only time I didn't like it, you know. But San Diego was a great fucking base, man. That's like the perfect, ideal fucking base. Like
I went there too. Did you ever hang out at Ocean Beach?
Yeah,
Ocean Beach.
I would have loved to have been stationed there. I was in Oceanside. I was, you know, what, 40 minutes north, but so yeah, but Oceanside is such a slum compared to San Diego. You know what I mean?
I love San Diego.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but Oceanside, you know, where Pendleton is, it's like a shithole. You know?
Is that on Coronado? Is that what you were saying?
No. It's like 40 minutes north.
San Diego, then. Past La
Yeah,
Jolla?
San Diego's in San Diego, and Pendleton is in Oceanside.
All right.
And Coronado is part of San Diego. It's
Oh, I know.
So North Island and the other stuff. I'm trying to think of the Seal Beach and.
I just know I got drunk a lot of times in Ocean Beach, and it was great. I had a beach cruiser. I had one of the big
Long Beach.
cruisers.
I think Long Beach is in LA, I think, if I remember right, isn't it? Or is it? God, I can't remember.
Yeah, Long Beach is in LA. Yeah.
Yeah, because we go from Long Beach to San Diego. That was kind of our spread, you know.
Wow.
And, yeah, we covered a lot of ground. It's weird, man. It depends on your job, but like you move around a lot.
Do you remember the road that was called Rosecrans?
I know the name, but
In San
I
Diego.
can't picture it.
That's the
in
one
my
that came
head.
right up on our base. That once we left, we were on Rosecrans. Yeah, that was like the main drag. We're drag. I don't want to say drag. That was like, you know what I mean, the main road at where the base was. Rosecrans. I'll never forget that.
Auntie said Bushido Oceanside is all wannabe gangbangers on the walk now. Last I was out there.
You said Oceanside?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why I moved to San Clemente, because I was in Horno. I was with the Grunts, which is in the middle of the base, so it doesn't matter what direction you approach it from, you know. So I moved up north of the base in San Clemente, which is like a surfer town. So much better, man. It was, the rent was more, but it was worth it, you know. So much worth it.
Man, everything's high as shit out there now.
But it's like, how much would you pay to not be around wannabe gangbangers? You know,
a lot.
It's a deal, no matter how much the price is.
You know what though? The land and just the weather and the land and everything. I love California, but man, I can go out there for like 4 or 5 days, and I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go home. I've had enough
Those
of
are the
this.
people, those stupid people we were talking about.
They're like aliens, man. They're weird.
And then they get mad and offended that they're not being oppressed. So when they go somewhere else, they're like,
They do. They do.
like, you know, they'll hold up a muffin at the Starbucks and they're like, you mean you're not going to fucking tax this? What the hell, dude?
There was people that like when I got on the plane, it was a guy from California. He's right next to me, and I'm from the South, man. I was like, hey man, how you doing, man? He was just like, it's like, don't talk to me, you know. A lot of people were like, man, I was stayed on Sunset Boulevard, and my dumbass was going down there and doing cannonballs in the freaking swimming pool. Woo! And all these California people were like, oh my God, what is it? I was like, how y'all doing? I sound like donkey, you know? And they just don't like that shit. But the people who work there, like in the hotel or in any restaurants or anything, were like us. A lot of them were from North Carolina. They were from the East Coast. And they were like, oh yeah, we get it, man. It was the worker people that were super cool. But the people who live there are freaking mental, man. They're fucking mental, man. They are.
Not mental. Like really mental?
Like different than us.
Not different.
Like, super different. Like if I say, hey, how you doing? You wouldn't go.
Well,
that's what they do.
You might have scared them though.
That could be, you know, you might have something.
Might have been scary.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been scary. I was just trying to be friendly.
Yeah. So, well, it seems like nowadays that is that's not viewed upon in the best light.
They don't like cannonballs on Sunset Boulevard. I can tell you that. That's why I kept doing them.
I bet. That's funny.
They're lucky they didn't get some 3 a.m. naked cannonballs. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about that shit.
2 more travel bottles and it'd have been on.
Okay,
who would have
guys,
got kicked out of Hollywood but me? They would have kicked me out of there.
I say my melatonin is kicking in, man. I'm like starting to drop off the radar here.
Later, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna run before I fall asleep while I'm still on the phone. You know what I mean?
There you go, man.
But yeah, I'll talk to y'all later, man.
It was really good talking to you, man. And I'm gonna step out as well.
Roger. Thanks, Bug Out. Thanks, Yorga. Have a good day, brother. Find a smile or be the reason somebody smiles. You know, I might just call it an early morning. It's been 5 hours. In a chill mode. Might just get a book and read. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Yeah, he has fallen asleep. Which he's in his swing stage. Yeah, I might just go ahead and call it. I don't know. Tell you what, yeah. I don't know how well that'd go over. What time is it anyway? 7 o'clock Central. I got a headache kind of coming. I don't really know why. So that's like, I don't know, maybe I'll just go chill, read a little bit or something, and just I don't know. This has been a rough evening anyway. And thank you, Miss Sharon. I do appreciate everybody in chat. It's supposed to be, I think, here, Sister Marie. I think it's supposed to be good weather, I think. All I got to worry about is all the rain north and the river rising. But I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate everybody hanging out. And sorry it isn't long as normal. I think I just need to, chill it. Today started off on a rocky start, but I enjoyed the whole time, and I've enjoyed everybody being here. So I'm glad y'all decided to share your time with me. Definitely try to find the positive. Good things are coming. We can do this. We just got to be able to pull together when that moment comes. I know, right? He's just on the go. Well, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it. Gary's still in chat. Ron wants to bottle up your energy, Yorga. Yeah. I think I'm going to just chill and hope everybody has a good day. Much love. Thank you very much for sharing your time with me. And I hope y'all have a blessed day. Find the smile or be the reason somebody smiles. And with that, guys, I will leave you with much love.